Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the fair use doctrine as defined by 17 USC 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
back on the record. People versus Linda Stermer. Jury's not in the room. Any matters to address before we bring them in?
Yes, Your Honor, we have a couple matters we may approach.
Okay. Any other matters, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Just one housekeeping thing.
Okay. He's not introducing A. So Wolf, you're not introducing A, is it just A?
Yeah, it was 8.12 is
Okay. Okay. Anything else then before we bring in the jury?
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Sir, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Good morning, jury. Sir, I will swear you in again. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Ivy?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Willison, we kind of left off yesterday. I just want to recap a couple of the issues that we touched on, the topics. First of all, we talked about her debt. Can you just recap quickly, and then we'll talk further on anything that might be in the further transcript?
She owed about $100,000 to family and friends. And then she mentioned to me that after the fire, she noticed that apparently there was a foreclosure on the property earlier, and they got it out of foreclosure, but then Todd hadn't made, the way she put it was that Todd hadn't made any payments since then. So they were several months behind on their mortgage payment as well.
And did she, from yesterday's testimony, did she talk to you about why she was frustrated with Todd?
Oh, very much so. I mean, my impression was that she took every opportunity she could to make Todd look like a bad guy. She was frustrated about him.
I mean, he's making impressions, and it's either a statement that's in the transcript and not what he feels like she was trying to do. I think that is totally out of line.
I will sustain that objection.
She mentioned several addictions to Vicodin, marijuana, sleeping pills, mentioned him being loopy the day of the fire. She talked about domestic violence, where it was always his fault, never hers. She talked about, particularly the incident at Thanksgiving before the fire, where she was so distraught that her friend Kate Fox had to call police for her. And then the night before the fire, where he attempted to rape her, she talked about him not working hard enough, not working often enough. She told a story about one time Todd declared that he was leaving, and anybody who's going to come with me, meaning the boys, should get in the car right now. And she made it into this story that he repeated several times, and no one came with him. So it was just little things like that, where she was always pointing out bad things.
And that kind of recapped yesterday.
Yes.
So how much was this insurance claim that she was submitting?
I believe she was, it ended up being over $400,000. I could look up the exact number if you'd like.
I think that's a general. I think we're good with that.
Yes.
And then
Close to 5, if I recall.
close to 5?
Yes.
And then did she tell you that she'd received any other insurance money when you interviewed her?
She had received, I think it was $90,000 from perhaps a life insurance policy. We talked about I think it was in the October statement with her.
So I'm going to do things a little bit different today. The jury has the transcripts. They can read everything, the complete transcripts as part of an exhibit. So I'm going to ask you today, we're going to group it into groups. And if you can just summarize, because we do have 2 entire transcripts, I'm going to have you summarize the topics for us.
Sure.
And first of all, I want to ask you, we have a lot of pages of 2 transcripts there.
Yeah.
Why do you ask so many questions about a particular topic?
Well, when we go into these, I mean, the purpose of these is to find out information and also to allow the insured to tell their side of the story. So, you know, I will ask a number of questions and then start to probe into more details on specific topics. You know, what I would always train my attorneys on is that, you know, the truth has a lot of detail to it, and when you make up a story, that's usually pretty shallow. So when someone says something like, I don't know, just as an example, we went to McDonald's, that's a pretty easy thing to come up with. But when I start asking you, well, who drove? What did you order? Those kinds of details. If it really happened, you either remember what happened or you don't remember what happened, but you don't get it wrong. If you're making the story up and now I'm asking you things that you didn't think of, now you start to make it up on the fly and other stories may not match. So when I run into things in an examination where that's an interesting data point or that's different than what other things in the file say, I start to probe deeper, because then the insured will either explain why it looks odd to me, you know, by giving me the details that make sense, or will take the rope to hang themselves because they're going to continue lying. And so when I find something interesting, I've got to get into the details for it to make sense for me to be able to make an informed decision about whether it was true or false.
So as we're going through these topics, if you could describe any inconsistencies that you saw over the course of these transcripts, or maybe things you had to drill in, I'd appreciate it.
All right,
Okay.
I'll do my best.
So let's start out with just the overall topic of the relationship. What did she tell you about affairs?
That she was never unfaithful to him.
So I want to make sure that I'm not asking a wrong question. I don't want you to give me your opinion about her answers. I'm just going to ask you to kind of summarize what she said
Sure.
over the course of these transcripts. So let's start out with affairs. Can you just summarize what she told you about the affairs over the course of the February and the October examination under oath?
She told me that she was never unfaithful to him, that he had accused her of affairs, but that she wasn't having any. There was some concerns about her work, that he had gone to work one time checking up on her. He accused her of having an affair with Kate Fox. And she denied all of those, but apparently she admitted that he had accused her.
And did she say if the horses were any sort of their marriage frustration?
She said that was a wedge issue. She had, I think it was 20-some horses at the time of the fire. At one time she had 49 horses, but they had no barn. So these horses were just out apparently in the field. 20 large animals, I'm sure, takes a lot.
And I'm going to not have you give any opinions. I just
Yep.
want you to
Nope,
summarize
but
for
that
me,
was
okay?
The wedge issue was both acquiring them and maintaining them was apparently the issue.
And I think we've already talked about the debt, so I'm going to skip over that. So can you summarize then over the course of those two transcripts what she had told you about divorce?
I think we read yesterday some things about Attorney Gaggy, that he had given her paperwork in November. She mentioned that I believe it was a relative of hers wanted her to just slip out, and she said she couldn't leave him without talking to him first. She had talked to Corey apparently a week before the fire about her plan to divorce and leave. She told the story about Todd being sick of everything and wanting to leave that I mentioned earlier. She wasn't wearing her wedding ring at the time of the fire, although she did explain that she works with caulk at work, and so she wouldn't wear it to work, and sometimes she'd forget to put it back on. And when we got into some of the details of the events around the fire, I wanted to clarify whether she intended to leave, and she told me that she knew all along that she was going to leave on that day the fire occurred. But then at the same time, she told me that she never really wanted to get a divorce from him. She was hoping that leaving might prompt him into counseling or something like that. So, but she had given him the paperwork from Mr. Gaggy apparently the night before the fire as part of that fight they had the evening before the fire.
And we already talked about that she had said comments about the Ambien and the marijuana, so I'll skip over those topics.
Sure.
And you talked a little bit about the domestic violence that we were reading yesterday. Were there more instances or questions than pertaining to domestic violence in the marriage?
Well, yeah, I mean, she told a very dramatic story at one point about the night before the fire, him trying to force himself upon her sexually, forcing her legs apart, trying to take off her pants. She threatened to call the police, and that is the only reason why he stopped. But then I'd hear a story about, she gets up the next morning and makes breakfast for him. So again, I had to probe into that area more. Then suddenly it became less rapey and more he just desired to have sex. And then it went back to, no, he was forceful with me. So there was a shifting take on things as I would probe into details. When one thing wouldn't match up with another, I'd ask about it, and then we'd get a slight change.
And did she talk to you about how many times there was any incidents of any physicalness between her and Todd in terms of violence?
She said it was off and on throughout the years, and she was kind of vague about it. That's why I asked her specifically, well, what about police incidences? And she told me about one in 1996, and she told me about Thanksgiving, were the times that police were called, but she was careful to say that she didn't call the police, apparently on either of those occasions. But there was no record of domestic violence, no charges against either of them that I was able to find.
And she told you that?
And she did say that as well, yes.
And any other altercations that she talked about, or the number of incidents that she would have had in her 13-year marriage?
I mean, I think at one point I asked her if it was 20 or 25, and she said that seemed like a high number to her, so it was less than that. But as I dug into details, I guess I didn't follow up on a specific number, and she didn't. I don't think she had one either.
Okay. And we talked about her frustration with Todd's job. Anything additional on that?
I think we read yesterday about that that he didn't work smart and he didn't work hard enough, he didn't work often enough, he didn't make enough money, was basically the gist of it. Mm-hmm.
So now I want to get into the details of the night before.
Sure.
So did she tell you where the boys were the night before?
Well, yeah. What I was interested in, and typically this is my normal MO in these examinations under oath, is, whenever you got home before the fire, everything that you did, everything that happened until the fire.
He's not being responsive to the question that was asked.
If you could rephrase the question to make
I'm
it so
sorry.
that you can be responsive to it.
Sure.
What's your approach when you're talking about the night before?
I want to know every detail of everything that happened. I want to know everybody who was there. I want to know, because anything could end up causing a fire. So, if you brushed your teeth, do you have an electric toothbrush? If you made breakfast, did you use the stove, right? All of those details, who was home, who left, when did they leave? I get into all those details starting from the night before, or whenever you got home before the fire to whenever you left. And so with this case, it was the night before. She said she got home around 10 or 10:30. I believe she was at her grandmother's maybe 90th birthday party. And when she got home, she said that Todd and the boys were home. The boys were in the basement, but when she first got home, she didn't go down there. She talked to Todd at the beginning.
And what did she say that conversation with Todd was?
It turned into a fight about the debit card, use of the debit card, spending money, not recording things in the ledger.
Your Honor, I want to again object to the characterization that's being made in reference to this witness. He's stating that there was a fight, and there's absolutely nothing in the transcript that states that there was a fight.
Ms. Ideving, can you get to point where?
I have the exact page numbers.
Okay.
Yeah. So in one of the transcripts, I'm going to have you pull up page 85.
Sure.
Which transcript?
I think they're all labeled 1 to 200 and something. So page 85.
It's in 35. It's in 35.
So did you ask her to describe that conversation on Saturday night on page 85 and 86?
She said that the
Can you stop
conversation.
and tell me what line it is so I can have then Jay bring it up for us?
Right. I'm just looking to try and find the right spot. Back on page 84 at the bottom, she said, line 24 and 25, he screamed a couple of times, but it was argumentative, but quieter. It wasn't calm. Again, she repeated on page 85, no, it wasn't calm, but it wasn't terrible. That conversation lasted about a half an hour. I asked her, so that took us to about 11 o'clock, and she agreed.
So you interpreted that as that they had fought?
Yes.
Again, can we approach
It may.
So you described, I think you just read in that he screamed a couple times, but it was rather argumentative but quieter, correct?
Correct. She had showed him the divorce paperwork. He told her that she should, quote, pack her shit and leave. At some point, I originally thought it was in the conversation the night before, and then later I think she said that it was Sunday morning, but she said that he said she could have the blazer. She told him Saturday night that the boys would stay with him and that she'd be going to Kim's house.
And I want to talk a little bit about when she was talking about when she went to bed then after this argument.
Right. Initially, that's when she told me that that's when this rape accusation happened, about forcing himself upon her. And then she told him that if he continued, she'd call the police. And he kept yelling at her that if she'd just have sex with him, everything would be fine. Eventually, then she told me that she went downstairs to the basement where the boys were watching TV and told me that she laid on the couch with Trenton and fell asleep and spent the night down in the basement. I said, well, wait a minute, I thought that you were in the bedroom and Todd was forcing himself on her. And then she said that after I confronted her with that, she said that, well, what happened was she went downstairs, she fell asleep cuddling with the boys, and then she went back upstairs to brush her teeth, and then that's when that happened, and then she went back downstairs to go to sleep.
And so then she said she slept in the basement?
Correct. And then she told a story about Todd fussing with the furnace in the middle of the night, which I guess was also in the basement.
And she said she heard that when she was sleeping in the basement?
Yes.
And did she say what he was doing in the furnace?
Apparently on Sunday he told her that he had to bleed the line because it was blowing cold air, is what she told me.
And did she tell you what she did the day before the fire, on January 6th, before the boys left?
On the day of the fire?
Yes.
Yeah, so she apparently was the first one up. She wanted to go, she wanted to make breakfast for everyone. So she went to the convenience store at the Marathon gas station, bought, I believe it was sausage and eggs, and she said, topped off the fuel tank in her Blazer. I asked her a couple of times, a couple of different ways, if at any point she put gasoline into a gas can. She told me she absolutely did not. She was absolutely sure that she did not put gas in a gas can. She only topped off the tank of the thing, of the Blazer. But then I was struck by the fact that she said that her total purchase was...
I'm gonna have you take your...
Yes.
Sir,
What
if
he
you
was
could
struck by.
answer the questions without giving your own opinion.
All right. Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Yes. She also told me that buying all of those things, including topping off the tank on the Blazer, came to about $20. So it must not have been... nope, so that's what she told me.
Okay. And then when she got back, you had, I think, alluded to a conversation between her and Todd about using the debit card. Was that also about the debit card use that morning?
Yes. In fact, she said to her, you know, you knew I didn't have any money to get this stuff. I was going to have to use the debit card, although after the fire, I believe...
I'm going to have you stop you there. In terms of just her statements, if you could just talk about her statements.
She said that she didn't have any money to use it other than the debit card. She said that she spent a total of $50, $60 that weekend. And that particular fight, when she got home from the gas station, lasted about 10 minutes. She again described it as him screaming at her while he was sitting at the bar, and apparently then he told her again to just pack her stuff and leave.
Okay. And then did she say what she did after this discussion?
She then decided to go down and wake up the boys and send them out of the house. She gave them money to go to the movies or go shopping, she said. because she thought that she and Todd would be arguing and she didn't want the boys to hear it, and she was going to pack. She explained to the boys that that was the day that she'd be leaving, and they did not seem terribly upset by that, she told me. She also told the boys that they'd be staying with their dad to finish the school year.
And then did she tell you how the boys left?
Yeah, she said that she didn't want to ask Todd permission for them to leave, so they should go out the basement door, is what she told me. I guess it was a walkout house, and they should go out the basement door and leave without saying anything to their father. Later on, she said that she went out the basement door with them because she had to, I believe, do something with the water trough for the horses. And so she went out with them, told them to wait while she got her purse out of the car and put it in the van, and sent them away in the Blazer because they didn't like the boys driving the van, which meant that she would have to, she said, use the van to leave Todd. And she told the boys, and she told me a couple of times that she told the boys to make sure you call before you come home, because I want to know where you are and where I am, and I may have to come trade cars with you or whatever. But the plan was that the boys would have the car and she would have the van, and Todd would be home with no vehicle.
And did she tell you then approximately what time the boys left?
They left between 11 and 11:30, I believe.
And then did she tell you what she did after the boys left?
Yeah, that's when she apparently went back upstairs and gave Todd breakfast. She said she made plenty of food for the boys to eat, but because Todd was yelling at her, she just gave them money for them to eat somewhere else. So she ate in the kitchen, Todd ate in the recliner. She mentioned doing laundry. She mentioned putting Christmas ornaments away because...
So I'm going to stop you there. So she makes breakfast and then she says she starts doing these tasks?
Correct.
Okay, and then go on. What task was she doing after breakfast?
She did laundry. She put Christmas decorations away. She said that she did the dishes and, like, with the dishwasher loaded, unloaded the dishwasher. She said she began to pack a suitcase down in the basement, and then she went upstairs to get some things out of her bedroom. When she was up in her bedroom, she saw a pamphlet for an acne medicine that one of her sons was on. And so she lay down on the bed and started reading the acne pamphlet, and then apparently she fell asleep.
Did she say what happened or how she woke up?
She said that when she got up and came out of the room, Todd asked her for juice. Apparently just said, "Do we have juice?" And then she went and got it for him. And then she went back downstairs. And then immediately described when she went downstairs that he was screaming at her, walking around upstairs, flushing the toilet, ranting and raving.
And that's why she's downstairs and he's upstairs?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And then did she say what he was screaming?
Things like, no one will ever have you, calling her unpleasant names, just basically ranting and raving about their relationship.
And that's when she was downstairs doing laundry?
Correct.
And did she say when he was doing this, telling her these things, what she did down in the laundry room?
At one point she said she slammed the laundry door in anger, but I don't recall any sort of other retaliation that she did. She said that in her experience she found that it was best to just let Todd vent his feelings.
And then, so she's downstairs doing the laundry. Did she tell you then what happened?
She said at some point the ranting, screaming turned into screaming when she was folding laundry. And once she heard him scream in a different way, she ran upstairs to see what had happened. When she got upstairs, she saw fire from the half wall between the dining room and the living room to where Todd was standing. I don't know if you have that Exhibit 3 from the EUO.
Did you actually have her mark then?
That's when we started having her draw things out for us, yes.
this the exhibit that you're referring to?
Yes, and that is her signature on the bottom right corner. So she, what we did, I believe I traced the outline of the house because she said that the walls were different than the plans. So we just traced the outline of the house and then she drew the interior stuff. She told me that she came to the top of the stairs, which you can see I had her indicate top at the top of the stairs. And that the fire was from the half wall, you can see half wall next to the dining room, to where Todd was standing, which is the small circle over toward the master bedroom.
I'm going to stop you there real quick.
Sure.
So when you say the small circle by the bedroom, let's see if I can get it right there. That
Yep.
little circle, is that the one that she marked where Todd
She
was?
said that's where Todd was standing, and then the X over by the half wall, that's where Todd's chair was.
Okay.
She said there was fire on both sides of Todd, that she saw his upper body was actually in flames, and the fire went from him all the way to the chair, and that the chair and the half wall were on fire. But she said there was no fire towards the bedrooms.
Which would be then this side over here.
Correct. And she said that the fire that she saw going from the half wall to that circle did not go to where the fireplace was.
Okay. And did she say, once she marked this up and she's describing what she sees, did she tell you what she did?
She ran. She said she ran. She felt like she had to get out of there. And then as she was running out of there, she thought, oh, I should call for help. So she ran toward the kitchen from the top of the stairs. She ran towards the kitchen and out the front door of the house, where apparently the van was, and the van had the keys in the ignition. And she decided that she would drive to the neighbors to call for help because her phones were inside the house.
So can you explain, did she talk to you then about what she did when she came out of the house?
Yeah, and this is where things got a bit confusing.
All he needs to do is just read her answer from the transcript.
I can just say, I'm just trying to summarize it.
Sure, I'll phrase it a different way.
Okay.
Can you read from the transcript? Is
Well,
that in the
I can refer to the page, Your Honor, with his
Okay.
answer, and we can pull the page up.
Okay.
I think that would be easier, because I think when Attorney Willison was saying, there's multiple sections in the transcript that address this issue. So it's a summary, and then there's going to be different places we can go in different transcripts.
She'll
Your Honor,
provide.
that's why I asked, he needs to just read. She need to ask it the question from the transcript and the answer that was given. That would be simple.
I'll allow her to proceed in whatever manner she chooses, just like you will be allowed to proceed in your cross as you see fit.
So I want to start out then with maybe the first conversation you had with her. If you can summarize what she said when she went out of the house.
She said, as she came out of the house, she heard a thud behind her and looked back, and the door was shut. She did not see Todd come out of the house. She got into the van, was going to turn around, so she backed up straight, she said. And I think this is where we started to have her draw what was marked as Exhibit 4 to the examination under oath.
Okay, so I'm going to have you then go to, is this the drawing that you're referring
Yep.
to as your Exhibit 4?
Yes, if we
Okay.
could maybe
We'll
zoom
keep
in more.
this up. And so she said she backed up straight, and then what happened?
So she backed straight up. She didn't back up very far, and that's when she saw Todd in the yard.
And then
she
did she-
marked the position where she saw Todd in the yard with an X.
And so there's an X marked on this floor plan. Oh,
So right next to the house, if you
Right
zoom
there?
in, right next to the house, she wrote van in the driveway there.
Okay, right
And-
where I've got it zeroed in?
And she said she backed straight up the driveway and then saw him standing where the X was.
Okay. All right, and if you could continue. So she saw
She
him.
said he was on fire. She was in the van facing the front door of the house. And then she drew a van with the number 2 in it.
Okay, so we'll pull that up. Oh. Number 2.
Yep.
Okay, what is the number 2?
And that's where the van was when she saw him. So she pulled up and stopped the van in the position where she marks number 3.
And there's 2 number 3s there, and one has a line through it. Can you explain why that is?
Yeah, she decided that she had driven off the path, apparently wanted to change the location, so she changed
So
it.
she corrected it. So
Yep.
she crossed off one and she corrected it then with the new place.
She said she drove up there really fast, and she jumped out and screamed at him to just lay down. Apparently Todd was screaming and trying to pull his clothes off. He was jumping and moving and wouldn't lie down no matter what she said. Then Linda told me that she tried to get close to him, but she didn't want to get too close because she didn't want to get burned. She was afraid to touch him. And then she jumped back in the van.
Now what did she do then once she jumped back in?
When she jumped back in the van, she couldn't get it to go backwards, so she slammed it into gear and went forward to position 4.
Okay, I'm going to mark position 4, which is here.
Yes.
And what is that dotted line then by number 4?
She said there was a fence line there, and she almost ran through the fence. And then she still couldn't back up, so she decided to go down and behind the house, so further downhill, to try and get traction. And 6 is where she ended up stopping, is what she
So
said.
you said number 6. So
And that is
back
now
here.
behind the house, correct.
Okay.
Obviously, I asked her more questions about why is she heading further away, and she told me that even though it was further downhill, that they would sometimes go down there because it was sandier down behind the house, and you could get better traction, so she figured she'd go down there and drive up. But
What do you mean drive up?
drive back up to go out the driveway to apparently go get help. But then she said that she left the van there and she got out of it. She never described to me that she then actually drove back up the hill from being back there. When she got to where position 6 is,
Which is again where?
behind the house.
Behind the house?
Yep.
Okay. When she gets to position 6, what does she say she does?
She said that she saw Todd. He was not on fire. He didn't have any clothes on at that point. He was badly burned, and she actually used the phrase that he was like pink melt.
Pink melt?
Pink melt.
Did she
And-
say she approached Todd?
She did. She also said that when he was in the state, that she laid on top of him at that point. Because I guess the neighbors, Connie and Mike, had seen the smoke and were coming up the driveway. She laid on top of him because he didn't have any clothes on. And then she also said she didn't want him to not be able to breathe. And then she also explained it was because she didn't want him to go into shock or to freeze. She said she could feel his heart beating. She could tell that he was breathing, but it was hard for him. She said she put her mouth on his mouth a few times and just tried to give him little breaths. And she could see in that position that Todd's skin was melted.
And then did you ask her at any time if she remembered hitting Todd or how Todd got run over by the van?
Yes, she said she has no memory of that. She said that she had heard about that accusation prior to me talking to her. She has no idea, she told Kate she had no idea how the blood got on the van, and she told Len McHugh that she didn't know if she ran over Todd or if it was just a rumor about her running over Todd. But in all of these drawings and configurations, she never acknowledged or described an event where she hit her husband with a van.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Willison, counsel, your whole purpose for the examination under oath is based on a contractual relationship that you had with an insurance company. Isn't that correct?
I did not have a contractual relationship with the insurance company other than being retained as counsel.
Well, I mean, you were retained by either the insurance company
Yes.
or an agent of the insurance
The
company,
insurance
right?
company, yes.
And when do you know when you were retained by the insurance company in reference to this case?
I don't have that at my fingertips, but if I recall, it would have been a couple of weeks before this first examination under oath.
Before the first examination?
Before the first one, yes. So my guess would be late in January, early February.
Okay. And were you advised at the time that you was retained that the insurance status as it relates to the property of Mr. and Mrs. Stermer, that whether or not they had insurance at the time of the fire?
Yes, I was told that they were behind on payments, that they had received, I believe, their second notice that it was going to be canceled, but on the day of the fire, the policy was still in legal effect.
Are you sure that the policy was in effect on the date of the fire, or was the policy not paid on the date of the fire, and there was information provided that showed that the policy, the insurance, was paid at a later date after the fire?
Now that you mention that, I do recall that it was a situation where if she came in and made payment, they would reinstate it without lapse, which meant that there would be coverage for the day of the fire. You know, my concern was there a policy in place that would cover the events of January 7? And the answer to that was yes. But I believe you're right that happened because she made a payment after the fire where the insurance company reinstated without lapse.
In reference to your being retained, you have a certain amount of information that you are capable of obtaining in reference to verify and corroborate information. Isn't that correct?
Yes, as the attorney, I like quarterback a number of resources,
Yeah.
investigators, things like that.
And the insurance company provides you a portfolio of the property and the insured, don't they?
I don't know what you mean by portfolio.
Well, you are provided with information in reference to
the house.
I would get claim documents. So I
Claim
would get-
documents,
Right,
yes.
so the policy of insurance, any recorded statements that were taken, early on, there's not gonna be any expert reports, but I would eventually get expert reports that would have photographs and things. I'd get adjuster photographs. Sometimes, or eventually, I would get underwriting information, like when we first wrote the policy, did we have a floor plan, did we have photographs? So I'd get things like that.
Yeah, so you had all that information in reference to this case, right?
I don't know if I had that when I first was retained, but eventually I got all that, yes.
Were you able to determine that in reference to the insurance documents that the policy was in either Mr. Stermer's name, or was it in Ms. Stermer's name? Or was it in both their names?
I would have to look at the policy to be certain of that. What I know is that because they were married and living together at the time, that even if it was in Todd Stermer's name only, she would be what's considered a named insured.
Yes.
But she would also be considered a named insured if her name was on the policy. So because there wasn't a distinction for me, I don't recall.
Do you have the policy here with you today?
I don't. I might be able to pull it up on my computer, but
Could you check and see?
sure. First, I gotta get connected to the internet. For some reason, it's not doing that. Okay. It is not getting very good service, so I'm not able to pull up the policy. Sure, that'd be fun, yeah. Thank you. Okay, now apparently I am logged on. I have several documents in here I'm scrolling through. Let's see if I can do it There we go. The policy of insurance
Beg your pardon?
What was your last question of him?
The policy on the property,
Okay,
the amount of the policy.
the amount.
Policy and the name of the policy.
that was the wrong.
Thank you.
That was an auto policy I just pulled up. So let me see if I get a different. I don't have the policy in front of me, but I have a document that would be taken off of the policy. It says that the insured is Todd and Linda Stermer.
Okay, and what was the policy amount?
Well, I have a reserve amount, but I guess I'm going to have to find the actual policy. So please hold. A number of the file documents were not retained due to the age of the file, but I believe that's the wrong file. Again, I'm not finding the actual policy of insurance, but I do see a document that seems to indicate if you added all the coverages up, it'd be $504,675.
But those are not coverages just for the cost of, in reference to the policy that was covering for fire loss, though, was it?
The dwelling, the contents, and something called loss of use.
Yes. And you say the total was $500,000?
504, yes.
Now, in your retainer agreement, part of what you are also provided is information in reference to the payment history of the individual insured. Isn't that correct?
Almost never. If I request it, if it becomes an issue, then I will get that, but
how did you know that Ms. Stermer did not know that there was insurance coverage on the property because it had not been paid?
how did I know that she did not know?
Did Ms. Stermer tell you that she didn't know that they had insurance because Mr. Stermer had failed to make the payments?
I believe she did tell me that she wasn't aware that they had insurance, yes.
And you were able to verify that because you testified that you was provided information that the policy was not paid, but she was told to come in and make the payment on the policy,
I was
right?
provided that information, yes.
Yeah. And do you know how many months the policy had not been paid prior to the fire?
I do not know.
You don't know?
No.
Did you ever obtain that information from anyone with the insurance company?
I don't know if I did. The only thing I cared about is whether or not the insurance company was going to say there was a policy in place for that date. And they said there was, so that's all I cared about.
Do you know the name of the insurance agent that contacted you, or the representative from the insurance company that contacted you?
Well, it wouldn't have been the agent. It goes to the insurance company.
Yes.
They have, in this particular case, it was a gentleman named Rodney Thuma.
Rodney Thuma?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have conversations with Mr. Thuma back and forth as you conducted the depositions with Ms. Stermer?
You mean the examinations under oath?
Well, yes, if you call that.
Yes. Well, there's a difference, and yes, I certainly would have spoke to him, sure.
Okay. Did Mr. Thuma provide you information that you needed to inquire of Ms. Stermer in reference to the fire?
Well, everything I got from the insurance company came through Mr. Thuma, so yes, I suppose he provided me information, yes.
Did Mr. Thuma provide you information in reference to some of the issues as it relates to the cause of the fire?
I guess I'm going to object on. You're saying we're asking now then what Mr. Thuma told him about the cause of the fire. I think we're getting into some hearsay issues here. If he wants to talk in generalities, that's fine, but we're going to talk specifics. It's hearsay.
But it's not hearsay if I talk in generality? I mean, I'm trying to... Judge,
What are you offering it for? What are you offering the testimony for?
it's being offered to confirm the questions that he had to use to rely upon when he was examining my client under oath.
Okay, and so I'm finding it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, so I'll allow you to ask the question.
Yes.
I'm really not sure where we're going with it. No one gives me questions for anything, but I was told that they believed it was an intentionally set fire. Is that what you're asking?
And what did they tell you it was believed on?
What was it believed on?
Yeah, I mean, you were told that they who believed it was an intentional fire.
Your Honor, I think we're getting a little beyond the intent of why these statements are being offered. If he wants to ask if he received Scott Leroy's reports, I would be okay with that. But when we're starting to ask the questions this way, I feel like we're getting into a different area.
Your Honor, I believe, may we approach? Yes. Yes, you can answer, sir.
Okay. Based on the findings of both the state police and one of the best private fire investigators in the state, they both had the same opinion that this was an intentionally set fire preliminarily. And so I went forward on that, and then I would find out their final conclusions later on.
Yeah. And so basically, when you set Ms. Stermer for an examination under oath, and she agrees to be set for examination under oath,
Yes?
you're in essence, your whole mission is to interrogate, to be able to validate what you had been provided from who you said was one of the best state fire investigators in the state. And that basically is what you was trying to do, right?
Well, I wouldn't expect the insured to be able to validate forensic analysis, but the information about where the fire was, statements she made, her side of the story, like I said earlier, all of that would certainly be part of it, yes. Okay. But as far as understanding fire patterns and knowing what is important and what isn't important. I wouldn't expect a layperson to know that. That's what experts are for.
But in your examination,
Yes?
you're looking for misstatements and inconsistent statements. Would that be fair to say?
I'm asking to get details of the story, and I am aware when misstatements are made, and I dig into that more. Yes, absolutely. But that's not the purpose. I'm not trying to give misstatements. I would hope and assume that once I put someone under oath, they're going to tell me all the truth. But they don't always. And when they don't, then I make note of that and I dig deeper into those issues.
Okay, so my next question is, how do you determine what the truth is and what is not the truth?
Well, me personally, I will take all of the information I gather. I try to not make that decision at all while I'm in the statement. I gather all the information and I compare what I was told with what I can verify from outside sources, from what common sense says, what makes logical sense, whether the story from this person has changed or stayed the same, and then I put it all together and say, I think that they are making misrepresentations, or I think they're telling the truth.
And so you do take this examination under oath and the answers you obtained from my client, and then you took those questions and answers and you compared it to information that was provided to you from the investigators, the state investigator, and you compared it to information that was provided to you from one of the experts, right?
Yes.
And then you made a conclusion and told the insurance company that, in your opinion, Ms. Stermer had not given you truthful answers. Would that be true?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Now, when you asked Ms. Stermer about the marital relationship,
Yes.
were you able to corroborate the information she provided to you in reference to how long they had been married and in reference to the family nucleus as far as the children, her husband, his employment, her employment, and what their financial status was?
Well, that's a big question.
But it was all part of your...
Well, there's like 8 issues in that question.
Okay, well,
but
then
yes, I was able to verify that they were married. I was able to verify that, I came to the conclusion that this was a tumultuous relationship that was in the process of ending. I came to the conclusion that they were financially strapped, although I did not necessarily conclude that that was a new condition, right? Because that's one of the things I look for is a change in financial circumstances. When you just live a certain lifestyle, you become used to it. That doesn't create pressure. It's when the change to your lifestyle happens, that's what can create pressure. And I didn't see a big change in their financial situation. And I'm trying to think of what the other topics were that
What did you base the change in their financial status? What did you base that on? Did you able to go outside of the conversation with Ms. Stermer?
We asked for bank statements from Ms. Stermer. We looked at those kinds of things.
Okay, just let me stop right there.
Sure.
You got Ms. Stermer's bank statements?
Yes.
Okay. And the bank statements, was there anything unusual about Ms. Stermer's bank statements?
I don't know what you mean by unusual.
Well, I mean, did it show that she made deposits in reference to her employment?
As I recall, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you verify how long she had been employed?
I don't think I bothered with that, no.
Did you check on various places where she had worked?
No.
Okay. Did you check on various places where Mr. Stermer had worked?
No. Well, Mr. Stermer? No.
Yes, yes.
No.
Did you do any type of financial background on Mr. Stermer?
Not much, because as I put the information together in this, my conclusion was that this was not a financially motivated fire, and so digging into the finances wasn't necessary. There was a different motive for this fire.
So in other words, what you stated in reference to finances, there was nothing unusual that gave you any red flags that an individual would have burned down their house because of their financial status, right?
He's asking him to speculate at this
Well,
point.
Well, no, Take care. Like I said, one of the things I look at when I'm determining whether or not there's a financial motive for a fire is, was there a change, a sudden, like a loss of a job, a bankruptcy, a change in a health condition, or a promotion, a new job, something positive. I didn't see a dramatic change, positive or negative, in their financials.
but you would have had to go outside of the examination under oath with Ms. Stermer in order to verify those facts, though, right?
Correct. What I found outside was consistent with what she told me about finances. Yes.
And part of your examination under oath also, in reference to these type of cases, is that you also have to try to verify whether or not the individual has made any prior claims in reference to losses, right?
Sure, that's a relevant data point, yes.
This time, and please remember your rules. We'll make it about a 15-minute break. Whichever you prefer. Do you want to step down?
I didn't know if I was doing a question for...
Yeah, oh, not for this. Okay. We're good for this. Okay. So the jury has left the room. Mr. Kelly's, or Ms. Ziderbeam's got an objection. Let's go through it. Do you want to come forward? Or, yeah, you can come forward. At least I can hear you both, though. So you're trying... on the record, People versus Linda Stermer. Any matters to address before we bring in the jury?
I have none, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring in the jury. Jury, and sir, you're reminded that you're still under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Willison, I believe right before the break I had asked if there were any other claims that you had verified or tried to inquire of Mr. or Mrs. Stermer in reference to FAR claims.
She told me that they had had a claim together before they were married, but I think after around the time they had their first child together, that they had a fire claim on a place they lived, that the claim was paid, but then later she mentioned that they had to go to court to get paid.
Okay. Was that a claim in reference to the fire that a house that they were living in?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Okay. And you didn't find that to be suspicious of anything as it related to the claim that was being made in reference to this fire, though, right?
I certainly would have if I thought this was financially motivated, but because I didn't think this one was, then that became less relevant.
Okay. And you stated that there was some issues of domestic violence.
That's what she told me.
Okay. She told you that?
Yes.
She used the word domestic violence?
No, that's a
Okay,
term of art.
and that's what I
Yes.
want to make sure of.
Yeah.
Ms. Stermer never told you that she was living in a marriage of domestic violence.
She
did
told me that the husband she lived with struck her. That's the definition of domestic violence.
But you can't verify that there was any domestic violence based upon your position and your job for the insurance company. You didn't verify that there was any domestic violence in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Stermer. Is that correct?
Right. Based on the
Thank you.
information I had, I thought there was not.
Thank you. And there's nothing unusual about a husband and wife having a disagreement in reference to marital affairs and not wanting their children to be privy to a conversation about that.
Your Honor, I guess I was going to object. Is he asking for his opinion on that? What is he asking? Is it speculation? I'm not sure.
Well,
Your response?
approach. Because I'm going to ask another question. Well, I'm going to go out of order just a little bit, Mr. Willison.
Sure.
You made a final report in reference to this case, didn't you?
I sent a letter to my client giving them my opinions on the case, yes.
Do you have that letter?
That'd be attorney-client privilege, sir.
So you don't write a report, you just write a letter?
Yes.
And in the letter, did you state that there was domestic violence?
You're asking me to tell you what legal advice I gave my client? I can't do that. You know that.
Well, I'm asking you.
Based on the answers to this question, I'm going to object at this point, Your Honor.
If you want to ask me what I concluded about this particular case, I can tell you that.
What did
but
you
I can't
conclude?
tell you what I told my client.
What did you conclude? That would be in your letter, right?
I'm not going to tell you what was in my letter.
Okay, well, what was your conclusion? Where did you put your conclusion in something of a report?
I'm not going to tell you what was in my correspondence to my client, but I can
I
tell
don't,
you
I don't
what my
want your
conclusion was. If
I
you'd
don't
like.
want your correspondence from your
If
client.
both of you are talking
Okay.
at the same time, now I've got an objection coming in.
Conclusions infringe upon the ultimate issue that this jury is to decide. So I would object at this point.
Well, are you testifying from your conclusion?
Your Honor, I guess the court should.
Yeah, I'm gonna-
before the questions asked.
I'll sustain that objection.
Let me ask you this. You stated, because there was a statement that was made that I think is a very strong statement in reference to Ms. Stermer. There was a question that you brought out on direct as it related to a couple of nights before the incident or the night before the incident, in which you stated that Mr. Stermer had a desire to be with his wife, and you stated that that he tried to rape her.
Yes.
You've read your transcript?
Yes.
Do you have the transcript?
I do. Mm-hmm.
I'd like for you to refer to page 246 of the transcript. And this would be, I think, the October the 18th transcript.
I'm at 246.
246.
Yes.
And your question on line 20. You see that?
Yes.
Your question, you described some pretty heavy fighting Saturday night, sounds like. That's your question, right?
Yes.
And the answer, I don't even recall that it was heavy fighting. That's Ms. Stermer, right?
That's what she told me in October.
But
yes.
that's her answer, right?
Yes, in February
Okay.
she said he was screaming.
But just let me finish this question
Okay.
first. And the next stated that I know we argued some, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Line 24. This is your question. Didn't he try to rape me?
Yes.
That's your question, right?
Yes. Now, obviously that was,
Just counsel, if you just let me do this, we'll get to the next
I'm
one
just
later.
addressing this last word,
But-
me, as probably a typo or I
It-
misspoke.
Probably a typo, but I'm just relying
Yep,
on
but that's what
exactly
it
what I
says.
got.
Sure.
Okay?
Yep.
And the answer, no, he didn't try to rape me. He wanted to have sex.
Yes.
He tried, I had my clothes on still.
That's what she said in October, yes.
Did you ask that same question again in another setting?
Yes, earlier in February, I referred to it as when he tried to rape you, and she did not object or disagree with me.
So you were asking the same questions in one setting of the examination under oath, and then months later, you have her to come back and set again for an examination under oath, and you start trying to see if you could ask questions to get her to give an inconsistent statement.
That's not true.
Okay.
I
But
asked
why would you?
if you'd
my,
like me
my
to.
question is first.
Answer the questions with a yes or no, please do so.
Sure, okay.
So my question is, why would Mr. Thuma, that was present, who is the insurance agent or the insurance representative, Farm Bureau, right?
Yes,
He was present at both of these depositions, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So you get the answers that you are looking for under the examination under oath in the first setting. Why did you have to go back and have another examination under oath?
Well, as I stated earlier in my testimony, we did questions about and surrounding the fire early on, and we did a second examination under oath related to the claim and other financial information that we gathered during the course of the investigation.
Well, how would sex have anything to do when you're talking about just the claims or the amount of the losses? How would that have anything to do with that?
Well, I'd be happy to tell you.
Well,
I asked a premise question that said that you guys were doing some heavy fighting that night because her story was starting to morph. And she said, well, we weren't really fighting. And I said, didn't he try to rape you? That's how that came up.
Okay, so you put the words in her mouth of didn't he try to rape you? And she said no.
I took what she described and summarized it with the word.
You summarized it in your
Yes.
opinion that that's what she was saying. That
Yes.
that's what was going to happen.
Yes, the story about when he was trying to pry her legs open
Yeah.
and rip her pants
You
off?
assumed that was rape.
Yes.
Sir, you need to really focus on just answering the question
Very
and
well.
not speaking over the attorney.
Thank you, I will.
Now, what did you do to verify these answers that you received from Ms. Stermer? Did you do any outside investigation with anyone else, whether it's the police department or the investigators or the state fire marshal in reference to the information that you received before you wrote your letter to your insurance agent or your insurance company?
I gathered information from all kinds of sources, including the stuff that the police, whether it's state fire marshal or the county sheriff's department, were willing to give. The financial information, some stuff that we got from the insured, some stuff that we gathered on our own, things that the insurance company can access. You know, so yeah, there was a number of things I looked at. Sure.
So were you able to verify that in the beginning of this claim, the very first inception of information that the Farm Bureau received, that it was not by Ms. Stermer?
I have no idea what you mean by that.
Well, your file, were you able to find that Ms. Stermer was not the person that contacted the insurance company in reference to this loss?
You mean the first contact?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't recall if there was some sister involved. I don't know if the sister told her to make the claim or the sister made the claim on behalf of Todd, and then Linda got drawn into it. There was something like that, but that wasn't a real big issue for me, so I didn't.
But
I don't
part
remember
of part of your examination under oath of the individual that you're examining is ultimately to determine whether or not this individual may have been making this claim because of some fraudulent basis.
Correct. To
All right.
see whether it was a financially motivated.
And if a person was going to commit fraud on an insurance claim, wouldn't they be the person that would reach out to their insurance company and say, I have a loss?
That calls for speculation.
Well,
You could ask him how often that happens or something like that, but the way the question's phrased right now is speculation.
Typically, if you're doing it for money, then that's one of the first things you take care of.
Right.
Yeah.
and Ms. Stermer did not make that call or contact anyone with Farm Bureau.
Correct. Immediately after.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could I have just a question for a second, Your Honor? Throughout both of these examinations under oath, you set a time for Ms. Stermer to appear at your office, is that correct?
I don't think they were at my office.
Or did they do the examination under oath, was it at your office?
No, typically we would rent a conference room in the county where the fire occurred.
But wherever the location was, it's
Yeah,
pretty
we
much
told her where to
controlled-
go, yes.
Controlled by you, date and time.
Yep.
And you communicated with Ms. Stermer as to when you wanted her to be there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, through her attorney.
Through her attorney?
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. And at each setting, Ms. Stermer appeared, is that correct? On the date and time that you all had arranged for, right?
Yes, I think there were a couple that got canceled, but yes, the two statements, I mean, she was there, yeah. Yeah.
And throughout the duration of both of these examinations under oath, Ms. Stermer fully cooperated with every question that was asked of her. Isn't that true?
I would disagree with that.
Did she answer every question that was asked of her?
Yes, she did.
So anything else would be your opinion, right?
Sure, you can put it that way.
Thank
Yes.
you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I just want to clear up one thing, Your Honor. When you were talking about working with the great fire marshal or whoever, however you titled it,
Fire investigator.
fire investigator, who was that?
Jim Shinsky ran one of a nationally renowned fire school for years.
So that's who you were talking about?
I was talking about Mr. Shinsky, yes.
You weren't talking about anything that the state police had done or anything in terms of that statement?
When I said one of the best fire investigators, I was referring to Mr. Shinsky. We did also get information from the state police.
Okay, but that's not who you were talking about when you made that statement?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, anything else?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, questions of this witness, anyone? Yep, I've got some hands going up. Sir, I have some questions from the jury, and jury, I did determine under the law not to ask some of the questions. In exhibit number 4, Linda's drawing, if you know, what does the van spot number 5 represent?
I believe she told me that when she got to position 5 is when she decided that she should go behind the house. So 4 was at the fence line. 5 is apparently where she decided she couldn't back up, and 6 is when she went behind the house.
Thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of the question and answer, either side?
No, Your Honor.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Jury, any other questions of him? No. May he be excused from his subpoena?
I ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're all done.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Ivey?
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Brad Stermer to the stand, please. Your Honor, may I approach and grab the exhibits?
Oh, yeah.
real quick?
Thank you. Sir, before you have a seat, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat, and once settled in, we'll have you state your full name and spell the last, please.
My name is Brad Stermer, S-T-E-R-M-E-R.
And then
Morning,
if you
Mr.
could
Chairman.
put that microphone close to your mouth so the jury
Okay.
can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Stermer. Can you tell me how you know Todd Stermer?
Todd is my younger brother, was my younger brother.
And can you tell me if you know Linda Stermer?
I do.
How do you know her?
She was married to my brother, Todd.
And after the fire occurred on January 7th of 2007, did you have conversations with Linda Stermer about what had happened?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what she told you?
Yes. It was like 2 days or so after the fire when my whole family had gotten in town and we had gone over to the house where they were staying with friends, and we didn't have a lot of information on the fire or what happened, and so we asked her to sit down and explain what happened, and she sat down, and I said, we need to get our head around this, what happened. And she said that she was down in the basement doing laundry and she heard Todd scream, and she came running up, and the living room was on fire with a lot of smoke, and she just turned and ran out the front door.
Did she tell you anything specifically about fire alarms?
Well, I'd asked her, I said, you didn't hear the fire alarms going off? I mean, their house, wasn't that big, and I knew we had fire alarms in there because I'd helped them pull wire for it. And she said, oh, Todd dismantled them.
And so when you say you helped pull wire for them, what was your involvement on that house?
When I helped Todd probably, 6, 7 times over the years trying to build his house. And so at different stages of the development, I would be in town and I would help him. And we were getting ready to do drywall, but you have to run the electrical wiring to the outlets and the boxes and so forth. So we were doing that. And I made a comment to him one time. I said, why don't you just buy those $20 battery ones? And he says, you can't. He says, it's code. You have to have it hardwired with a battery backup. And I said, oh.
Objection, hearsay.
I can rephrase the question.
Thank you, sustained.
So you helped him then in terms of putting those smoke detectors in?
I helped him get the wiring to where those were going to go because that was an additional.
And so at that time, all of these smoke detectors you helped were going to be hardwired?
Yeah.
There's leading, so if you could rephrase.
How were you then going to, were these the type of smoke detectors you were just going to put on the wall, or were they going to be hardwired?
No, they had to be hardwired because you have to meet the code, and the code says you have to have them wired to the electrical box. And then any new development back then, it would have a battery backup, like a 9-volt battery with it. So yeah, even if you took the battery out, technically it would still work because it's still hardwired in.
Do you recall how many smoke detectors you helped him install, or how many per room?
I don't recall. It was a pretty good sized house, at least 4, from what I remember.
Were those 4 on the entire house or 4 on a level? Do you remember?
Well, it was because there was a bedroom in the basement. There was all floors, and there was a loft bedroom. So, that was on every floor that we ran wire to hook up.
So you said when you had this conversation with Linda, it was a few days after the fire?
Yeah.
And can you describe what her demeanor was when you were having this conversation with her?
She was, appeared to be upset, but she was able to talk with us until I asked her about the fire alarms, and then she got up and left the room.
Did you then try to ask her any more questions?
We couldn't because she left the room, and we didn't want to upset her anymore at that time.
So you said you had assisted in helping Todd build that home. What did you assist with?
I helped him. I was there the first day when we framed the first wall, in the basement. So I started the first day, but I helped him with windows. I helped him with drywall. I helped him with wiring. Help dig a trench. Whatever I could do when I was in town to help him.
Do you have a background in construction?
No.
And so why were you helping? What was your knowledge of construction?
Well, over the years, I've owned some houses and I've done it, and I'm a do-it-yourselfer. I just like to do that kind of work, and I like, he's my brother. I wanted to help him. I've helped mostly family and friends. I don't do it for a living or anything, but I do enjoy working with my hands.
Had Todd had Todd remodeled and built things before?
Oh yeah, he was pretty good at it. He did jobs. I know not just for friends and family, but for other people. And so he did. He was much better carpenter than I was.
Do you know if those smoke detectors were inspected after you helped?
I don't know that. I know he said, the inspection was coming.
I can move on, Your Honor.
Yep.
Were you aware that Todd and Linda had financial issues?
I knew they weren't living the high life, yeah.
Were you aware of any money that they had borrowed from family?
Yeah, I had loaned Todd some money.
Did you ever see Todd and Linda fight before?
Not fight, but he would get, to the point where he was a little annoyed with her, like, Linda, we're busy here, we're working on the house, and she'd come in and start rattling off about something, and we're trying to put up a 10-foot sheet of drywall. It was, not convenient. So he didn't yell at her like, get out of here. He's just like, we're busy right now.
So did you ever see him have any physical violence between them?
No.
Did Linda appear afraid of Todd?
No.
Were you involved, you talked about remodeling with Todd, were you involved in remodeling a house with Todd? I believe that was it your father?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that house?
Yeah, it was in our family. It was the little house, we call it the Little Yellow House. It was the next door to where we lived and grew up, and it was a rental. My dad always rented it, kept it rental, and so when my dad had a stroke and was still in rehab, Todd said, let's fix up the Little Yellow House, and I'll move my family in there, and then I can keep an eye on Dad and help him out. And so we started, it was vacant, had been vacant for a while, so it was pretty rough shape. And so we started with roofing and drywall and so forth.
Yeah, and were you aware if Todd and Linda had ever moved into that house?
No.
And did your father still live in the big house?
Yes.
And did something happen with your father?
Yeah, he passed away, and so we stopped the work for the most part. But I think Todd was thinking, well, we got this far, we're almost done. But yeah, he decided, he wanted to see if he could buy my dad's house from my sisters and I.
Would that have been the little house or the big house?
The big house, I'm sorry.
So
it would have been all of them. It would have been the whole.
The entire property?
Right, the property.
And so did Todd and Linda move into the big house?
Yes.
And they were living in there?
Yes.
And at that time, were you then still working on the remodeling of the little house?
No, I was not involved at that time.
Okay. And you still had an interest in the property?
No.
A financial interest?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that was your father's property?
That was my dad's property.
And do you recall how much work you guys did on that house?
We did a lot of work, and then, and at that time I was just, not too far out of college, so I mean, we were, it wasn't like we were buying the best of the best, but yeah, the roofing and stuff, we were kind of putting our nickels together to do stuff,
Did you have to do drywall and?
Yeah.
So
the roof leaked, so the first thing we had to do was get the roof fixed, and so we redid the roof, and then we started, with the drywall.
And so, how much did you have to tear out?
Well, it was a mess. I mean, had been vacant for a while, and so it was quite a bit. I mean, we didn't have a dumpster yet, but we had tarp, and we were throwing stuff out, and with the insulation and old drywall and stuff like that.
And so you had to put in all new drywall?
Yeah.
All new flooring?
Yeah, I didn't do any of the flooring, but I did help them with a lot of the drywall.
And Todd and Linda were living in the big house at that time?
No, at the time when we were working on the yellow house, no one lived. My dad wasn't even there yet. He was still in rehab, I think, after his stroke, and so he was coming home, and we were trying to hurry up and get the little house built, or livable. So I don't know where they were living at that time.
At some point, did they move into the big house?
Yes, they did.
And you still had your father's estate still owned the little house?
Yes.
And did something happen to that house?
Yeah, it burned down months later.
And was it just the little house?
Yeah.
And at that time, were Todd and Linda living in the big house?
Yeah, they were.
And you had said most of the work was already done at that point?
Yeah.
Was Todd a physically fit guy?
Very athletic, and still played softball, and did, he was basketball. He was still very much into sports and very much, active. He worked for a living with his hands, so he was very physically fit.
Have you had any other conversations with Linda other than just the few days after the fire?
No.
Had you been to Todd and Linda's house before it burned down?
Yes.
Several times?
Oh, yeah.
Were you there close to the time that it did burn?
We were there at Christmas. We went over there for Christmas several weeks before.
And can you talk about whether there was a trail on the, if I'm looking at the house, it would have been to the north side, on the right-hand side, was there a trail or a path going down?
No, when they were building the house, and it was all dirt, and we could drive around the side, but it was a pretty good hill, and there was clay in that soil, so if it were wet or rainy, you wouldn't want to go down there, because you need a four-wheel drive to get back up. But after they got the house pretty much built and living there, he had graded it, and it was yard, essentially grass.
It was yard at that time?
Yeah.
So used during construction, but then, to your knowledge,
after that, yeah.
once the house was done,
Yeah, there was no trailer.
and it was all graded and
Yeah.
lawn? I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Stermer. When you talked to Linda Stermer, this was within 48 hours of her losing her husband, correct?
How about that? Yeah.
You losing your brother? Yes?
Yes.
And the family, including you and Linda and Todd's sons, were there at her friend's
Yes.
house? Would that be Kate Swift?
I believe that was her name, yeah.
Your mom was there?
Yes.
Obviously, Linda Stermer was emotionally distraught,
Yes.
as were you, having lost your brother 48 hours ago,
Yeah, we had a lot of questions.
as were her sons. Yes?
Yes.
Everybody was emotionally distraught. It was a very emotional time given the loss.
Yes.
She told you that she was in the basement and she heard Todd scream and she ran up the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And after that, when she got emotionally distraught, she went somewhere into another room and no more conversations about the fire.
right. Yes.
And no more conversations since then with Linda.
No.
Fair?
Fair.
These smoke alarms, you said, let me make sure if I get this right, you had helped Todd build the house. It took a lot of years, probably 7 or 8 years.
I helped with different phases of the house, yeah.
Were you out of state?
I lived in the Upper Peninsula.
Okay. So you would come down on occasion, and if you had time, you would help Todd on the weekends?
Yes.
It was him mostly building the house, correct?
Yeah, doing whatever he needed help with.
Okay. You were not any type of licensed electrician, am I right?
No.
You're good with your hands, and you say you're a good handyman, right?
I'm adequate.
All right. You were not a licensed electrician, neither was Todd.
No.
Am I right?
Right.
All right. And you helped wire the alarm system, do the electrical for the
I didn't
smoke
wire
alarms?
it, we just pulled the wire so that we could get like the electrical boxes before we put the drywall up. You have to, but we never wired anything. I never wired anything.
Okay, that was up to Todd.
That was, yes.
Did you actually install these hardwired smoke detectors?
No.
When Linda told you, and you asked her about how come the smoke alarms didn't go off, remember you told us that?
Yes.
When Linda told you they weren't working or something, and Todd,
She said Todd had dismantled them.
okay, you don't have any evidence to help us to disagree with that, am I right?
Well, the people, my mom and sisters that were in the room would corroborate that.
Understood. But you don't have any evidence that suggests that Todd did not disconnect the smoke alarms, am I right?
Right.
You and Todd were close as brothers,
Yeah, we got along good.
but he frustrated you in terms of his financial irresponsibility, didn't he?
Not so much Todd, but Linda.
Yeah. Do you recall telling a police officer that Todd didn't like to work a 40-hour week?
I don't recall that. He was not a traditional 9-to-5 guy.
Okay. He didn't like to punch a time clock, right?
Right?
He didn't like to go to work every day where he had to get up and put in a full day's work, right?
No.
Am I right?
No.
I'm not right?
You're not right.
Okay, can I approach? Thank you. I'm going to show you, sir, a report based on an interview you did with a Van Buren County detective. I want you to read that orange highlighted paragraph.
He was a good carpenter.
No, you read it yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Does that refresh your memory that you told the detective that Todd did not like working a job where he must get up every day and go to a certain job? as he described, punching a time clock.
Right.
So that is what you told him.
That's right.
And he was, Todd, you had loaned him money, correct?
Yes.
Your mom had loaned him money, correct?
Yes.
Your sister had loaned him money, correct?
I believe it both at times, yeah.
Did there come a time where you had a family vacation on a lake where, near Delton, Michigan, remember that?
Yeah.
Family got together?
Yeah.
You and Todd went out on a boat?
Yeah.
And you were having an argument?
Yeah.
And it was about financial irresponsibility, Todd?
There was a lot of things that were being discussed at that time.
Including his financial irresponsibility?
We talked about that, yes.
Was Todd I'm going to say a do-it-yourselfer like you?
Yes.
Did you have any understanding that he had some kind of professional electrical degree?
No, I know he worked for an electrician at one time and an apprentice.
He was never a journeyman to your
No,
knowledge?
he was not a licensed electrician.
And he was not a licensed mechanical guy?
He was not.
HVAC?
No.
But he was the one primarily putting up the house, correct?
He pretty much designed and built the whole thing, yes.
Then let's talk about how this house that used to be your father's, am I right?
Yes.
The yellow house, you said?
Yes.
Okay. How long did that construction take?
I don't remember for sure, but once we decided that he was going to move in there with his family, we were under a timeline because my dad was in rehab from a stroke, and so he was going to be coming home. I don't recall how long, but it was a short time.
Are we talking the remodeling took a month?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Did it involve electrical?
I was not involved in any electrical.
Would it be fair to say, were you up north at the time?
I lived up north, yeah. No, I lived here in Kalamazoo at the time of the Little Yellow House.
All right, we'll talk about the Little Yellow House. You lived in Kalamazoo, but primarily Todd was responsible for the remodeling. Would that be fair?
Yeah, well, I was, yeah.
Secondarily, you.
You're right.
Okay. And this house burned, you said, within months of the remodeling that Todd was primarily responsible for. Is that right?
I don't remember exactly. It was in November, so I don't know when we stopped working on it. But my dad passed away, I believe, in July. So yeah.
So within 5 or 6 months, fair?
I guess, yes.
And this house that Todd was primarily responsible for remodeling, do you know what the cause of the fire was?
No.
Did Todd ever tell you what the cause of the fire was?
Yeah, he said.
I guess I'd object, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offering for the truth in the matter, sort of just whether he made the statement of what the cause was. Not offered for the truth of the cause. We don't know what the cause was, or if he knew the truth of the cause, just what his opinion was.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. But in any event, it was an accidental fire,
Yeah.
as far as you knew,
Yeah.
based on his remodeling of the house.
Yeah.
Thank you. Give me 1 second, Your Honor. Just to clarify something, sir. This was the house that Todd was going to, I thought Todd was single at the time.
No, Linda was part of that.
He was going to move the family in, he wasn't going to flip the house.
No, my dad was gonna live in the big house and he could live right next door and help him out.
Okay. And then it burned, and that didn't happen, fair?
No, they had already moved into the big house because my dad passed away.
Understood.
So then they moved, so the little house was vacant.
Okay. So when the little house burned, it was vacant. Did it get rebuilt?
No.
Thank you.
Big John. When you were visiting at Christmas time, did you see those smoke detectors in the home?
Yeah.
And did it appear that they were hanging or?
No, they were up, and he had a fire in the fireplace too, so I mean, it wasn't like it was smoking or nothing, but yeah, there was nothing.
And I just want to clarify, when you had your conversation with Linda 2 days after the fire, I think you had testified that she said that she did not see Todd when she came upstairs, is that correct?
Yeah, she said it was too smoky and, fire, and she just turned and ran outside.
And is that when you asked her about the smoke detectors?
Said, it seemed to me that, yeah, what about the fire alarms going off, because said she was in the basement, so.
And at that time, that's when she left, is that correct?
She said, yeah, he dismantled them, and then she got up and left.
What did you mean when you said Todd wasn't the type of guy to punch a time clock?
He was more of he liked the sales component. He liked to wheel and deal, and he was, he could make more money at it in a shorter period of time than a 9-to-5 job, so.
What else did you talk about on Lake Michigan with your brother?
We talked about a lot of things. We talked about the horse problem, the horses that she had, and so forth,
So was that part of when you said Linda frustrated you with regard to the horses? Was that part of that conversation?
Well, yeah, I didn't see her really pulling her own weight to help the family kind of get together. I never saw her work on the house when I was down or anything like that. She was really never around when I came down to help.
What was your frustration with the horses?
I think they had like 30, horses, and horses are expensive, and most of them you couldn't ride.
You couldn't ride
couldn't
the
ride
horses?
them. Yeah, these were horses she was gathering from all over the country. She'd go up to the Dakotas or wherever and drag these horses back.
One's not responsive to the question, and two, based on hearsay.
I think they're from the defendant's statements of where they're coming from, Your Honor.
Overrule that objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you said Linda would go places to pick up these horses,
Yes,
and you couldn't ride them.
not very many.
And what did she do with them?
You could lay the foundation of.
Did
if
you
he
know what
knows.
she was doing with these horses?
No.
Did you have a chance to view these horses?
To view them?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Did you spend some time around those horses?
Yeah, I rode them. We tried to ride them a couple times.
And when you say, I guess I don't understand, why would you not be able to ride a horse?
They were wild. They weren't trained horses. They weren't daily interaction with people.
So were they, did Linda tell you she was keeping them as pets? Did she tell you that she just wanted them? What was the purpose of these horses from her standpoint? Did she tell you what the purpose of these horses were? Thank you.
No.
And your frustration was over then the finances of the horses?
Well, it was about helping the family, helping Todd, helping the kids. I mean, and so we didn't see any real value to having that many horses. I mean, to feed them, make hay in the summer, shoe them if you need to, deworm them. I mean, I don't know that much about horses, but I have a friend that has horses, and I talked to him about it, and I'm like, and he's like, 30 horses, that's crazy.
I'll strike that.
I'll
That's fine.
sustain that objection.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Let me just follow up. You wouldn't know the reason why Linda Stermer had various types of horses, correct?
It never was clear to me.
And these smoke alarms, when you hardwire something to disable them, it's not as simple as just simply getting on a ladder and taking a battery out, right?
It would still be active if it's wired to the box.
Right. You have to do something more to disable it,
Yes.
something that
Probably have to trip the breakers.
Todd would know how to do.
Sure.
Okay. And you, when you were over at Christmas, you wouldn't even know if they were working or not, right?
They weren't hanging down.
No? They don't hang down. They're attached to a wall. You wouldn't know if they were operative or not. Fair?
Fair.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any questions of this witness? I see one. You have one? Okay. Another one's being written, it looks like. Questions from the jury. When you were at the house for Christmas, what was the state of the living room floor? Was it carpeted, finished, or something else?
It wasn't carpeted or anything. It wasn't finished. There was a area rug, more in like the center of the room, kind of.
To the best of your knowledge, if you know, did Linda like her dogs?
I believe she did.
Any questions, counsel?
Just one.
Okay.
Did Todd love that house?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Mueller? Any?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Can he be excused from his subpoena?
I would ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No objection.
Okay. So you're excused from your subpoena obligations. Thank you. Ms. Seiderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Chris Williams to the stand, please.
Good morning. Be careful with the step there. If you raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Take your time and have a seat. And once you're settled in, we'll have you give us your full name and spell the last, please.
Chris Henry Williams, Williams.
And then, Mr. Williams, if you can move that microphone closer to your mouth so the jury can hear you, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Ms. Ivey?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning.
Mr. Williams, where did you work in 2006?
Kimberly.
And at the time of your employment, did you have an opportunity to come in contact with Linda Stermer?
Yes, I did.
And how did you come in contact with her at work?
Co-worker.
You were co-workers? And do you recall when she started there?
No, I do not.
And then do you know when you started there?
Yeah, in 2003.
In 2003. And can you tell me then what was your involvement with Ms. Stermer when she started working there?
None.
None? And at some point, did that change?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury kind of what changed?
Well, normally I was a truck driver, and excuse me, when I was not driving truck, I worked in the shop, and we just happened to work side by side one day.
And what happened? Did you start a conversation?
Yes, in general, just about small talk.
And then how did that proceed?
Well, she kind of was telling me her situation about marriage, and
I'm going to stop you. You said she was talking about her situation with marriage.
yes,
What was she saying?
I can't exactly say, but it was on the line of her marriage wasn't working and she was getting a divorce.
So she was telling you her marriage wasn't working and she was getting a divorce.
Yes,
So did you talk a lot that day?
not a lot.
And then when would be the next time you'd start talking?
Well, when I left, when we parted that day, we were kind of interested in each other, but I found out she was married, and I told her that if she's single, if I'm single and she got a divorce, maybe we could do something, and I left it at that.
And then did you hear from her after that?
Yes, because a coworker gave her my phone number without my permission.
A coworker gave your phone number to Ms. Stermer without your permission?
Yes,
Did he tell you he did?
after the fact,
And then what happened?
she just started blowing up my phone
So she started blowing up your phone?
and stalking me.
And when you say she was stalking, what do you mean?
Well, I got out of work one day and stopped at the grocery store, and she was there in the parking lot.
At the grocery store?
Yes,
And did you talk to her at the grocery store?
briefly.
Do you remember what you said in the grocery store?
No, I do not.
And when she would call, would you answer the phone?
Yeah,
Yeah. Did you have conversations?
yes.
What kind of conversations were you having at that time?
I can't really say, but it was kind of shocking. I was dumbfounded. Like, why are you calling me? You know, what is your purpose? Kind of conversation.
Well, were you in? But you had stated previously that you were interested and she was interested.
When I first seen her, I didn't know anything about her, just for visually, not personally, you know.
So you had a physical attraction.
Right.
And so then, as you started talking, did you ever meet then outside of work?
Yes.
And how long did that take?
It went on a couple months before we did.
Do you know what year that was?
06?
06? And so after you had been talking for a while, after you'd seen her at work, can you tell me then what activities you guys started doing together?
Well, joyriding, going to museums, just normal stuff that people do when they first encounter each other.
So it was dates.
Kind of, sort of.
You took her to museums, right?
Yes.
Where were those museums at?
I think in Grand Rapids.
Did you go to dinner?
I can't know.
Take her to lunch?
No, not really.
No? You guys just went places together and joyriding?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was kind of awkward because I wasn't comfortable.
Why were you not comfortable?
I'm not into married women.
But yet you were still interested, right?
No, not really. She was just popping up. She was just there.
And you went on dates with her.
Yeah.
And so, at some point, did your relationship turn physical?
Yes.
And when did that start turning physical?
I say maybe into Well, she stalked me for a couple of months. I'd say maybe about a month and a half. It was kind of weird.
About a month and a half into spending time together?
Yeah.
How often were you spending time together?
I can't really say because we worked together and she would show up after work. So I'd say maybe a couple times a week or something like that.
And would that be a couple of times you'd see her outside of work?
Yes.
And then you'd see each other probably almost every day at work?
At work.
Okay. And when you would see each other after work, did you continue to talk about her marriage?
No, not on the regular. It was kind of weird. There wasn't much of conversation. Well, actually, it was all over the place.
So you didn't really talk too much about her marriage at that time?
No.
Did she ever tell you she had left him or got divorced?
No.
So was she still with him? Did you know?
Yes, she was still with him.
And when your relationship turned physical, you started having sex, correct?
Yes.
And where would you typically have sex with her?
At my house.
At your house? And you don't have to tell me your address, but what town did you live in?
Kalamazoo.
And did you continue to communicate with her regularly?
Yes.
How many times a week would you get together and have sex?
Well, it wasn't really all about sex, but maybe a couple.
Couple times you had sex, or a couple times a week?
A couple times a week.
Were you aware if she had more than one phone?
No.
No? You just had one phone number that you talked to her on?
Well, yes. Well, if she would talk to me on, she called me when I called her.
Were you afraid her husband would find out?
Yes.
Did you ever talk about that?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean yes and no?
I was trying to figure out what was her motive with dealing with me.
To be with you?
Mm-hmm. What was her motive? I mean, why would you want to be with someone and you're married?
Did she ever tell you why she wanted to be with you?
No.
But she still kept calling, right?
She kept showing up.
She kept coming to your house.
Yes.
Was there any time that she talked to you about Todd coming to her place of work?
No.
No? So you were never informed of him showing up at work unexpectedly?
No.
Did she talk to you about having plans of leaving him?
Yes.
So at that time, did you still think she was thinking she was going to leave him?
Yes.
How long were you guys together before the fire?
Well, we wasn't really together, but we was dealing with each other probably six months.
About 6 months before the fire?
Yes.
And at some point, did you become aware of what had happened with the fire?
I was watching the news on the Sunday.
So she didn't tell you about it? You saw it on the news?
Yes.
And then did you ask her about it?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say?
She told me briefly how it started.
What'd she say?
She said she was in the downstairs laundry room doing laundry, and they was arguing back and forth, and she heard a change in the tone of her voice and his voice, and she ran upstairs to go see about him, and then upstairs was engulfed in flames. So she left and got in the van to go get help.
Did she tell you anything else?
Nope.
Did she tell you if Todd made it out of the house?
Nope.
How long did you continue to have a relationship with Ms. Stermer after that fire occurred?
I do believe it ended before Christmas.
So if this fire happened in January 7th of 07, are you talking about the Christmas after?
No, I'm sorry. It was up until the Friday before the fire, I remember.
Your relationship ended the Friday before the fire?
No, it didn't end. She was at my house the Friday before the fire.
So she was at your house that Friday?
Yes.
How long then did you continue to spend time together after the fire?
Maybe a month or so.
At some point the relationship ended?
Yes.
Did you end it?
Her lawyer.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to stop you there. So was it more of a mutual ending?
No, it was more or less her lawyer told us we should not be seeing each other. Or she shouldn't be seeing me.
That's what she told you?
Yes.
Okay. And was there, when you were looking back at the days prior to the fire and your time spent with Ms. Stermer, was there anything that she told you about any sort of arguments that happened between her and her husband?
No.
Was there any conversation about a truck?
It was a conversation about a Blazer thing or something.
Okay.
I've never seen any vehicle that they owned or had other than the black Blazer and the van.
Did she ever talk to you about a vehicle that Todd sold?
It was a vehicle that he traded in on the van.
And then did she tell you how she felt about him trading that in?
She was upset.
And when was this in relation to the fire?
I can't remember when she told me, but that Friday she left my house, she was pretty upset.
She was upset? And what, she was upset about this truck?
I'm not sure what it was, but it wasn't a normal visit like it normally would be.
What made it not like a normal visit?
She was upset.
And when you say she was upset, what was she doing?
Well, I guess it's about the van, the truck that he traded in without her permission.
Was she angry?
Yes.
Was that a different emotion that you had seen from her?
I'd never seen that side of her before.
You never saw that side of her before?
Never.
So the Friday before the fire, you saw a different side of her.
Yes.
And you would describe it as?
Angry, upset, however.
So through this time frame of 6 to 8 months, you had seen Linda Stermer without any clothes on, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see any marks or anything on her?
No.
Any bruises or
No.
black eyes, cuts?
No.
Nothing?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Williams, you stated that you were employed at, or are you still employed at Chemlink? Is that the name of the company?
No, I'm not.
Okay, but in reference to the matter that you testified on direct, you were employed at Chemlink,
Yes.
and where's Chemlink located at?
At the time, it was in Schoolcraft.
Beg your pardon?
At the time, it was in Schoolcraft, Michigan,
And how long had you been employed there?
since 2003.
Okay. And you stated you was a truck driver, right?
Yes, local.
And what shift did you work?
Day shift.
Day shift?
Yes.
Is that considered the first shift?
Yes.
Okay. You recall the time when Miss Stermer began working there?
When she started working there, we was in Kalamazoo.
Was where?
The company was small, and we had 2 or 3 different buildings. We stored the raw material in one building, and we made it in another, and I transported to shipping. My job was to transport materials back and forth.
So, Ms. Stermer didn't work at the same location where you was a truck driver at, is that right?
Yes, she did. And one of the facilities, I said it was 3.
3 facilities on the
Yes.
same.
There's a storage where we stored the raw materials. My job was to transport the raw materials to the building, which we made it at, and then once it got packaged, I drove it to Ransom Street, which is on the north side, to be shipped out.
So which facility did Ms. Stermer work at?
The one on Factory Street, where they made the material.
And is it called a particular name?
It was part of Kimley.
Yeah.
The company grew, that's how we ended up moving out to Schoolcraft under one roof. So everything got transported out there.
Okay. What shift did Ms. Stermer work?
First.
First shift? Are
It
you
was
sure?
it was only first shift when I was there.
So it's not a second shift?
No, not at that time.
You don't know exactly when Ms. Stermer started working there, though, right?
Not the exact date.
Well, what month? What year?
06.
What month?
Probably June, July, somewhere around that, summertime.
So if you're a truck driver and Ms. Stermer's working in a facility where she's working inside, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And was part of your job to be in the same building where Ms. Stermer was working?
Yes, when I was not transporting materials, I worked in the shop.
Okay. Doing what?
Packaging.
And was she also packaging?
Yes.
Okay. Did y'all work next to each other?
One particular day.
Just one day?
Yes, side by side, yes.
Okay.
I was a truck driver, so I wasn't stationary.
Okay. And so after this one particular day, you stated that someone gave Ms. Stermer your telephone number?
Yes, I had a company phone at the time.
Who was that person that gave her your telephone number?
Mike Buchanan.
Mike who?
Buchanan.
Buchanan.
She tricked him into giving him, she asked him, well, what he told me.
Well, now I want to know what she told you. But you said that Mike Buchanan gave your telephone number to Ms. Stermer. Is that
yes,
correct?
Yes, she asked him for
No,
it.
but you don't know that. But you, now, what month did you get a call from Ms. Stermer in reference to
I can't say.
You can't say.
What month?
Okay. Did you ever go out to lunch with Ms. Stermer?
No.
Did you ever go on a break at the company facility on break?
No.
When was the first time that Ms. Stermer contacted you by phone? Do you know what month and year that was?
It was the same day that
The same day?
Same day we worked side by side.
So did you go home and then you get a
I
call
was
from
on
Ms.
my
Stermer?
way home.
And you got a call from Ms. Stermer?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you and her have a conversation while y'all was working side by side with each other?
Just that one day. Yes.
But y'all had a conversation?
Yes.
Did she have a conversation with you about her marriage at that day? On
Yes,
that day?
in general, yes.
Somebody you'd never seen before, right?
Right.
And all of a sudden, you just start having a conversation. She's telling you about her marriage. Is that right?
We had seen each other, but we never worked side by side.
But I know, but this is the first time you say that you've had a conversation with her about.
Well, it's the first time I had a conversation. It wasn't the first time I seen her.
Yeah. But just the first day that you're working side by side with her, she tells you about problems with her marriage. Is that your testimony?
Not problems, but in general.
Did you ask her, was she married?
I knew she was married
How did you know that?
from co-workers. The lady that got her hired.
So the lady that got her hired told you that she was married? Mm-hmm. Why would she tell you she was married?
Because I was physically, not physically, I was attracted to her.
You was physically attracted to her. Is that true?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So your testimony previously, direct, you stated that you didn't want to have anything to do with a married woman, right?
I did not, but that had nothing to do with being physical, attractive.
But what do you call physical?
Appearance.
So
She was a nice looking lady at
So
the
her
time.
physical appearance, in spite of the fact that you knew she was married, was something that you wanted to follow up on.
No.
Isn't that correct?
I just found her physically attractive.
Okay. And so actually the lady that got her hired was the person that actually got you connected to Miss Stermer. Isn't that true?
No.
That's how you got the information about her being married.
She didn't have it, got us connected.
But you had no other information about her until you got that information from the person that hired her, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, you stated that you knew that she was married because of the lady that got her hired.
Right? Once I found it out, I was no longer interested.
Oh, after you found out that she was married, you wasn't interested,
No.
but you were still physically attracted.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Were you still working when the incident in reference to her house fire? Were you still working at Kimlink?
Yes. Yes.
And did she continue to work at Kimlink after the fire?
Yes.
For how long?
I'm not sure. I was in a car accident in February of the second accident in February.
A real bad car accident?
Yes, I got rear-ended on my way to work.
Okay. So you was away from the
Yes.
employment?
Yes.
Well, would you consider this contacts that you had with Miss Stermer? Were y'all having? Would you call it an affair?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you say that the affair lasted?
About 6 months.
6 months. Can you give me the date range?
From June to
June of what year?
06 until after January.
Until January?
Yes.
January, do you know the first part of January?
Yes.
Was it before the house fire?
What question are you asking?
The end of the relationship or the affair, did it end before the house fire on January?
No.
January the 7th?
No.
When did it end?
Shortly after.
Week after?
Shortly after. I can't say it was a week. It was longer.
Can't say.
It was longer than a week.
Did you ask Ms. Stermer any details about the house fire?
Yes, I did.
Did you get any details?
Yes, I did.
What was the details you got?
She said that she was downstairs doing laundry, and they was arguing back and forth, and she heard a change in the tone of his voice, and she ran up to see what was going on with him, and upstairs was engulfed in flames.
And that was all?
That was all.
Okay. Now, after you had started this engagement, did you ever tell Ms. Stermer to stop coming to your house? If you say she came to your house, right?
Yes.
You ever tell her to stop coming to your house?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you never told us to stop calling you, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. And all at the same time, you knew that you were having some relationship with a married woman, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been married?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When were you divorced?
I'm going to object the relevance on that.
The relevance, Mr. Mueller?
Well, Judge, he made the statement about marital respect, and
I don't think he, those are facts not in evidence.
I'll sustain the objection on relevance grounds.
did you ever go any place with Miss Stermer overnight?
No.
You ever travel any place with Miss Stermer?
Not overnight.
Did you ever travel any place with Miss
Yes.
Stermer? Where?
To Grand Rapids, to the museums.
Just to walk through the museums?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How many times you go to the museums in Grand Rapids?
Maybe once.
Any place else?
Not really, just joyriding.
Joyride. Okay. How often did you go joyriding?
And not often.
In your car or her car?
My car.
Did Ms. Stermer ever tell you that she was going to leave her husband?
Yes.
When did she tell you that?
Well, it wasn't working out. She was trying to leave. She wanted a divorce. Or they was getting a divorce.
She didn't tell you any location as where she was leaving and going to, though, right?
No.
Okay. She never asked if she come live with you either, did she?
No.
Okay. She never gave you any money, right?
No.
You never gave her any money, right?
No.
She ever talked about her finances to you?
No.
Okay. When were you first contacted by law enforcement in reference to this matter?
About 2.5 years after the incident.
2.5 years after. And who was the first person that contacted you?
I don't recall his name. It was 2 people.
Beg your pardon?
I don't recall their name. It was 2 people, a man and a woman.
Where did they contact you at?
I was living on the east side at that time, and they came to my home.
Well, you have to pardon me because I'm not familiar with the east side. Are you talking
East side of
about
Kalamazoo.
Kalamazoo?
Yes.
Okay, so they came to your house?
Yes.
And did you give an interview to this man and this woman that's from the law enforcement at your house?
I didn't have a choice, yes.
What you mean you didn't have a choice?
I was served with a first-degree premeditated murder subpoena.
To do what?
To testify, to come to court.
So before you came to court and testified, you were interviewed by these 2 individuals?
Yes. They served me with the subpoena, and then they asked if they come into my home.
So you were served with a subpoena, and then you was interviewed on the same date, the same time, at your house, right?
Yes.
Were you afraid?
Yes.
What were you afraid of?
The unknown.
Okay. Did you know of any incident that involved a physical assault that occurred at Kim Link involving Ms. Stermer?
I don't think I was there. I was injured from a car accident, so I don't think I was there. I don't know if it was, all you asked me before or after. There was a lot of chaos constantly, so I don't know what time phrase are you referring to.
So you say there was a lot of chaos,
Yes.
but no chaos between you and Ms. Stermer. Is that what you're saying?
No.
It was chaos between who?
Her and Kate.
Her and who?
Kate, her friend.
Would that be Kate Fox?
Yes.
And you knew her?
I knew of her as a coworker. I didn't know her.
Did you work with her also?
I didn't work with her. We worked at the same place. Same company, I should say.
Is she the person that got Ms. Stermer the job?
No.
Okay. So you didn't witness any physical assault. You just heard about some chaos. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you provided any type of statements that anyone else had made in reference to Ms. Stermer when you were interviewed by the officers at your home?
It wasn't that type of interview.
What kind of interview was it?
It was about phone calls,
Okay, and that's all?
pretty much.
They did ask you about how the fire started, right?
No.
They didn't ask you if she told you about the fire?
No.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Have you seen any of the interview that you gave to those officers that day?
No.
You've never seen the interview?
It was in my home. I didn't know it was an interview.
So prior to your testimony in any previous court hearings, you didn't have an opportunity to see the interview that you gave?
I don't understand your question, sir. Are you asking me, was I in court before on this case?
Have you been in court before this case?
Yes.
May I approach you? It's part of the statement. Did you read that and see if you remember that statement?
It's pretty much what I've already said.
No. I didn't ask you this. So my question is, when I asked, did you remember the interview? And the investigating officer asked Chris Williams if he had asked Linda how the fire had started, to which he stated that he had asked her if she had killed Todd Stermer.
I do not remember that.
You don't remember that?
Not those questions, no.
And to which he stated she had almost immediately become emotional.
Your Honor, I guess I'm going to object at this point. He doesn't remember, so if
That's why I gave you this.
he needs to ask if it refreshed his memory and then ask this question.
Give it back to him. Sir, see if a review of it again will refresh your memory.
Are you talking about the interview at my home? I'm confused.
I don't know if they interviewed you someplace else or not.
I don't remember him asking me anything about her killing him.
You don't remember him asking you that?
Her killing, all right.
Thank you. Could I have just a second, Judge?
I just have a quick clarifying, it'll be fast. Is it fair to say that that first day you were working on the line together, you guys were flirting?
Who's what?
Was it fair to say on that first day on the line that you worked side by side, you guys were flirting?
Yes.
And that's when she started calling you right away after she got your number?
Yes.
And you were asked by the defense attorney if you guys hung out at breaks together, if you had meals together at lunch while you were at work, and your answer was no. Is that
No.
correct?
Yes.
Were you worried about hanging out with a married woman at work?
Yes. We wasn't hanging out at work because no one knew.
So it was a secret.
Yes.
You said most of the time you were riding around, joyriding, or going maybe to Grand Rapids one time. So over the 6 to 8 months, is it fair to say that most of the time you guys were at your house?
Yes.
And that's where you guys were having sex?
Yes.
And you were single?
Yes.
You weren't married?
No.
Do you want to be here today?
No.
You want to be talking about this?
I don't have a problem with it.
You want to be talking about having sex with the defendant?
No.
Is it easy?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Further questions?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, jury, any questions of him? I've got one, I think. I have some questions from the jury, sir. Were you ever at the Todd Stermer residence or property, and if so, when?
Was I ever? Oh, yes, long after the fire.
After the fire?
Yes.
Okay. How many interviews did you have with law enforcement?
One, when they came to my home that day.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of the questions and answers?
I don't have any questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Williams, why would you be at the home that had burned down?
I don't know. That's a good question. We were just out one day, and she decided to take me there.
She decided to take you.
To the location, there was no house. It was just concrete. Everything was clear. It was long after.
How long after?
I don't know, sir.
Well, you stated that this relationship ended sometime after the first 2 weeks of January, in January. So
Yes.
was it in January?
It was in the summer.
2007?
It was in the summertime. It was long after.
So was it?
We were not in relationships, and we're not in a relationship. We kept in communication. We were still communicating right before the officer came to my home.
But
Two
not,
and a half years later.
but not in any type of physical relationship, right?
No. It was all over.
And did you ever call just to check on her to see how she was doing from the loss of her husband in the fire?
No.
Sometime way after the burning of the house, you went out to see the property.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe a year and a half later,
Yes.
maybe 2 years later.
Maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Did she call you and want to take you out there?
I don't know exactly how it happened, but it happened.
And so you went with her out to that property?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, any more?
None yet.
Jury, any other questions? No? May he be excused from his subpoena,
I would
counsel?
ask that you please be excused from subpoena, Your Honor.
Have no objections, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done. Jury, we'll take our lunch break until 1:15, and remember not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else or to view any media coverage. jurors have left. Any matters to address in the break?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
What time are we back at?
1:15.
1:15, thank you, Your Honor.
On the record, in the case of People versus Linda Stermer, counsel are present, Ms. Stermer is present. Any matters to address before we bring in the jury?
I have none, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll bring in the jury. Welcome back, jury. Ms. Siderman, you may call your next witness.
Please, Your Honor, people call Kathy Ilk to the stand, please.
And before you have a seat, I'll have you face me, please, and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once you're settled, we'll have you give us your full name and spell the last. And if you can move that microphone toward your mouth, that will help.
Kathy Lee Ilg, ILG.
Thank you. Ms. Siderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ilg, do you know a Linda Stermer?
Yes.
How do you know Linda Stermer?
We had a mutual friend, Kate Fox.
Do you recall when you first met her?
It was probably about a year before the fire.
So sometime in 2006?
Yes.
And did you spend time with Ms. Stermer?
I've only spent time with her maybe 3 times.
And would that have been before the fire or after the fire?
2 times, I believe, before the fire, and 1 time after the fire.
What was the first time? What did you guys do?
Went over there to see the curly horses. They were beautiful. Curly horses. Horses with curly hair. They're beautiful.
So you went over to her home and saw the horses?
Yes.
And at that time, was it just you and Linda, or were there other people there?
Kate was there, and I believe her daughter Kelsey was there, and the second time I went, her husband was there.
Okay. And then what did you do the second time you went over there?
Same thing, went to see the horses, but I went in and Linda introduced me to her husband. I said hello. He was working on the house.
And so that was, do you recall how close of time that was before the fire?
Couple months.
And then you weren't there then anymore prior to the fire?
No.
And then you said you had met Linda 1 time after the fire?
Yes. After the house had burned, there was no way to contain the horses and to water them and feed them because the water wasn't working. So one of the horses was coming to my house. Litzy was the horse's name. And we went over there, me, Kate, her brother Steve.
When you say brother Steve, was that Kate's brother
Steve, to take apart the back deck so that we could build a lean-to at my house, because horses have to have a place to go inside.
And so you were assisting her then with getting those materials so you could take the house? Or take the horse?
Yes.
Okay. And were there, when you were at the house with Ms. Stermer after the fire, did she ask you to help her move any items?
We had gone in the shed to look for something. I don't even remember what. Might have been tools to help tear down the back deck. It was a really tall deck.
And then, did you find anything in the shed?
Well, I thought it was odd that there were the children's school pictures. You know how you frame them and you have for kindergarten through whatever grade? They were stacked up in there, and I was kind of concerned about them because of mice and rats. Then I wondered what they were doing in the shed, and that they, I mean, it was good they didn't burn, but that they weren't in the house.
So you found it, you questioned why they were in the shed with mice versus in the house.
Correct.
Man, you're repeating her answers, and I get you're just trying to clarify, but if there are objections, no worries.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. And did you say something to Linda about those pictures that you saw?
Yeah, I just said those pictures out there, maybe we need to move those out of there.
Did she tell you why the pictures were in the shed?
Nope, and I didn't ask any more after that.
She didn't tell you how they got there?
No.
Did she ever ask you to go into the rubble of the house?
She had gone in to look for something. I used to be a firefighter in South Haven, and I knew it wasn't a good idea to go into a house that had been that destroyed by fire. So when she went in to look for something, I thought she said her rings. I said I didn't think it was a good idea to go in there, so I did not go in.
Did she go in?
Yes, she did.
Did she tell you what she was looking for?
I thought she said rings and some cup that was in the dishwasher.
Did she say why she was trying to find a cup in the dishwasher?
She didn't say. No.
At some point, then, did you drive her van that day?
Yeah, I went to get something to drink, and drove into town to the gas station and got something to drink for everybody.
And this is after she told you she was going into the house to look for rings?
Yes.
And did you see anything in the van?
I seen a bunch of jewelry in the, you know, they have those little cubby places where you can put like your phone, but this was older van. And the jewelry was sitting there, and I wondered if that was her jewelry. So when I got back, I said to her, you know, there's jewelry in the van.
What'd she say?
That wasn't the ones she was looking for.
Did she ever tell you about how the fire started?
No, I never asked.
And she never told you anything?
No.
Did she ever tell you from the time you met her up until recently if they'd had any physical violence between the two of them?
She did not know.
Did you ever see any marks on her?
No.
Were you involved a little bit with the horses in terms of talking to her about horses?
Only the days that I'd been there.
Did she ever tell you if she went out of state to get these horses, or?
Yeah.
What'd she tell you?
That her and Kate would go pick up horses in different states and places, because I believe she was a curly horse rescue.
And did she say she'd be out of town for very long?
They'd be out of town for sometimes a day, sometimes not. It depended upon how far they had to go.
Do you know if Linda had a cell phone?
Yes, she had two, a matter of fact.
She had two? How do you know she had two cell phones?
Because I got a call from some number and a message had been left, and I asked Kate what was going on, because that wasn't the normal phone number that Linda called from. And Kate just said it was her other phone.
I'm going to stop you there, yeah. So you got a number. Did you call that number back?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Excuse me.
You all right? You need some water or something?
No.
You have only been to the Stermer house 3 times, am I right?
Correct.
2 before the fire, 1 after the fire.
Correct.
And Steve Benny is your friend? I mean, is Kate Fox's brother?
Kate Fox and I were friends.
Okay. Were you friends with Steve Benny too? And his wife
I knew
Tina?
him. I'd been to his house.
Have you done favors for Steve Fox, like boarded horses or anything like that?
For whom?
Steve Benny, sorry.
No.
Okay, did you ever board horses for Linda Stermer after the fire?
Yes.
As a favor to Steve and Tina?
No, as a favor to Linda.
The jewelry you said you found, ma'am, I take it to be in the center console of the van?
Yeah.
Right.
Up by the
All right.
radio.
You don't know that that's all the jewelry that Linda Stermer owned, right?
No, I do not.
Okay. Did she tell you she was, strike that. Do you know whether she had like wedding rings in the house that she had lost in the fire?
She said that's what she said she went in for a ring. She didn't tell me what ring it was.
In and around May of 2007, about 4 months after the fire, you were very close friends with Kate Fox, right?
Correct.
And you've been close friends with Kate Fox since before the fire, right?
Correct.
And if Kate Fox asked you to do favors, you would do favors for Kate Fox, right?
Depends on the favor.
Okay, well, did you act as a go-between between Kate Fox and the police with regard to Linda Stermer?
No, I only talked to the police once.
You talked to the police once and told the police in an anonymous call that you had a friend who needed to talk to them?
It was not anonymous, and I told them that they needed to speak to Kate Fox.
Were you doing a favor for Kate Fox at the time?
No.
Did you ever ask Kate Fox, why don't you call the police yourself?
No. This was like as soon as I heard about the fire.
So within a week or so, you must have, small town, you must have heard about it right away.
Yeah. I think it was a while ago. I know that I wasn't because I talked to Kate.
You talked to the police within a week or so of the fire, am I right?
Correct.
Okay. Wouldn't have been in May of 2007, right?
Perhaps.
All right. Would it be fair to say, ma'am, that 18 years after this fire, your memory's not as good now as it was back then?
As far as dates,
And your testimony to our jury is that you did not act as a go-between, am I right?
correct.
You don't know why there were any pictures in that shed, am I right?
No.
You never spoke to Steve Benny about it?
No.
You never spoke to the Stermer sons about it?
No. I don't even know who they are.
Okay. You've never even met them?
No, they weren't at the house when I came there.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. Ma'am, when Linda Stermer went in the house, Steve Benny was with her as well, right? He was sifting through things.
I don't recall.
Don't know one way or another.
No.
When exactly did you go to the Stermer house and drove the Stermer van?
The day that, it was after the fire, the tape was still around the house, and I had asked, did she have permission to go into the house, because I used to be a firefighter, so I knew you couldn't go in. And she said yes, and
Who said that?
Linda had said that she had permission to go in.
Okay. How many days after the fire? Is this immediately after the fire?
It was within a week or two, because the horses, Litzy needed water. There was no way to get water to them, because without electricity, the pumps didn't work.
Okay. So within 7 to 14 days of this fire, you drove the Stermer van to a gas station.
Correct.
Linda, as you know, having been with her a couple times, was very much into horses, right?
Correct.
Spent a lot of time with the horses.
Correct.
Did Kate Fox own horses?
I don't know. She didn't when I knew, when I hung around with her.
And you hung around with her before and after the fire, right?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
The reason that you told the police officers about Kate Fox is what?
Things that Kate had said to me.
At that time, were you aware if Linda and Kate were close?
Yes, that's part of the reason Kate and I aren't friends anymore.
So you knew at that time that they were close?
Yes.
And I just want to just be clear, when she said she asked you to go into the home, it was to look for jewelry and a cup in the dishwasher, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, and answered, so.
I have no further question, Your Honor.
No, I have. One second.
Jury, do you have any questions of her? I've got a couple hands going up. Couple questions from the jury. Which van did you drive into town for drinks when Linda was going through the rubble? Like what color or make and model?
I do not recall what make and model it was a while ago. I believe it was blue, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
It could be blue, but
I
maybe
could,
she
I
said
could be wrong.
Yeah, I believe it was blue, but I could be wrong. And were the pictures found in the shed in frames or binders, or were they loose?
They were in frames all stacked up on top of it. There was some other stuff there, and they were stacked on top of it.
Okay. Counsel, any questions in light of those questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
No? Any question, Mr. Mueller?
Maybe I misheard you. You said it was Linda Stermer's van that you drove to the gas station within a week or 2 weeks of the fire. Am I right?
I think it was a van,
Linda Stermer's van, as far as you remember.
as far as I remember.
Thank you.
Did she give you the keys to drive whatever vehicle?
Yes, and money to buy the water too.
So she handed you keys and money?
Correct.
No further questions?
Mr. Mueller, anything else?
No, nothing.
Jury, any other questions? May she be excused from subpoenas?
I would ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're all done, and you're excused from this subpoena.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Sideman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Kate Fox to the stand, please.
Ma'am, before you have a seat, I'll swear you in if you raise your right hand. Please do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and when you're settled in, we'll have you state your full name and spell the last, please.
Catherine K. Fox, FOX.
Thank you. Ms. Siderby?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Fox, do you know Linda Stermer? How did you know Linda Stermer?
We met through our children.
How did your children spend time together?
My daughter was a cheerleader and her son played football.
So they went to school together?
They did.
And was there a time that you worked with Linda Stermer?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was, when you started working with her?
Roughly June of '06.
Had you been working there prior?
No.
Did you both start on the same day?
We did. We interviewed and started on the same day.
And what place of employment are we talking about?
Chemlink, that was first located in Kalamazoo and then moved to Schoolcraft.
And how well did you know her before you started working together?
I'd only known her for a few months.
So it was really just more through your children?
Well, once we started talking, we hit it off pretty well. We were friends.
Did you have some common interests?
Besides the kids, horses, we went to auctions together. We bought a lot of furniture. I refinished old furniture, so we went to the auctions and bought old furniture.
And you said something with horses. Did you do
She had horses. My daughter was horse crazy, so we spent time there for my daughter to be able to ride and things.
Did you go any horse shows or pick up horses or anything like that with her?
No, I didn't have much to do with that part of it.
So you started working on the same day. Did you end up carpooling together to go to work?
We did. Because
we
both lived in Lawrence, and it was quite a drive to Kalamazoo.
Did you start that right away?
Yes.
So as soon as you got the job?
Pretty much, yes.
So that would have been June of about 2006, you said?
Yes.
Did you guys get close as you were spending time together?
Yes.
And did you talk a lot in the car?
Yes.
Did you talk about Linda's marriage?
Yes.
What did she tell you about her marriage?
She told me that her husband was abusive to her. She was very unhappy in her marriage.
Did she say she wanted out of the marriage?
Overrule that.
Yes, she said she wanted out of the marriage.
Did you see any evidence of any physical abuse on Ms. Stermer at all?
Not once, not ever.
At some point, did she talk to you about Chris Williams?
She did.
And what did she tell you about Chris Williams?
They were having a relationship.
Do you know when that started?
I am not sure. I don't know how long after it started before she talked to me about it.
Was it shortly after you started working there?
It was at least a couple of months.
And what did she say about Chris Williams?
That he was extremely important to her.
How did she describe her feelings for him?
She wanted to be with him.
Do you recall ever overhearing any conversations between her and Mr. Williams?
Yes, they talked pretty much every night on the way home on the phone.
In your car?
She usually drove.
So she talked as you guys were driving back and forth?
Yes,
Did she say if this relationship was sexual?
she did.
What'd she say about it?
She said it was the best lover she ever had.
Your Honor, it's what the defendant said. She's describing her relationship.
Still relevance.
I find it relevant.
And it's
As
showing
opposed
she's
to-
gone on examination under oath,
Oh,
saying
well,
she is, thank you, Your Honor. So she said that he was the best lover she ever had.
Yes,
Did you know where Mr. Williams lived?
I had occasion to go there with Linda. I never went inside the house, but I did sit in the car while she went inside after work a few times.
How long were you sitting outside?
Half hour, 45 minutes.
Did she say what she was doing inside?
It seemed implied. I didn't ask.
And she told you that's Chris's house?
Yes.
At some point, did the police contact you about Mr. Williams?
About him,
Or ask you about him?
when I talked to them, yes.
Did you tell them where Mr. Williams lived?
I believe so.
Were you aware of any phones that Linda had?
Yes.
And what did she have in terms of phones? that
She
you
had
saw?
one phone that was the phone that her family knew about and another phone that they didn't,
And how did you know that the family didn't know about that phone?
because she told me that.
Did she tell you where she kept it?
Sometimes she left it at my house, and sometimes she told me she had found a spot underneath the dash in her Blazer where she could put the phone.
Did you hear her talking on that phone?
Yes,
And who was she talking to?
Chris.
I want you to think about an incident at Thanksgiving prior to the fire. Did you call the police?
I did. That was in 2006.
So just a little less than 2 months before the fire, correct? If I told you the fire was
Yes,
January 7th
yes.
of 2007? And can you tell the jury then why you called the police?
I called the police because she called me hysterical and said that she had a gun and wanted me to give her one good reason not to shoot him,
Not to shoot him?
not to shoot Todd. And I did my best to calm her down, but at the end of the conversation, I still wasn't comfortable that things had calmed down, and so I called the police.
Did you know she had a gun prior to that?
I didn't. I'd never seen a gun.
Had she ever talked about shooting him before that?
She talked about various ways that she had thought about getting rid of him.
What did she say to you?
She talked about shooting him. She talked about running over him with her car, poisoning him.
And she talked about all this with you.
Yes.
And why was she talking about this? I'll rephrase.
Yeah, sustained.
What was the context of that conversation?
Generally, it was when she was talking about how unhappy she was in her marriage.
Did she ever talk to you about Todd being suspicious of her?
Not until late in '06. Yeah, it was late in '06. She said that she felt like he was getting suspicious.
She talked to you about a post office box?
Yes, I actually went with her when she opened that post office box.
Why, what was,
Because she had credit cards and phone bills and things that Todd didn't know about, and she had the bills sent to the post office box so that he didn't see them.
and you went to that post office box?
I did. There were several occasions when I went and got the mail out for her and gave it to her.
So you actually picked it up for her?
Yes.
What was your relationship with Todd Stermer, if any?
From when our friendship started, she had told me that he was jealous of the time that we spent together and that he didn't like me, so I didn't have contact with Todd.
And that was because of what she said to you?
Yes.
After the fire, did you talk to her about the fire?
I asked her about it. She told me that her attorney had advised her not to discuss it.
So you didn't have any conversations with her?
We did not, no.
Did she ever say anything about Todd being run over by a van?
She did.
What'd she say?
She told me that she had run over him with the van.
Did she tell you why?
No. Well, she said it was smoky and she didn't see him, that he had run out of the house, and she was trying to get in the van to go for help.
Had you talked to Kathy Ilg about any concerns you had?
Yes. I told her I felt like I needed to speak to the police, but there was so much sympathy for her at work at that point after the fire that I didn't feel like I could go to them directly.
So you didn't want to go directly?
No, I didn't want anyone to know that I had contacted them because it would have made my life really hard at my job.
After the fire, did Ms. Stermer ever give you her locker keys from work?
She took some time off after the fire, and she said there were things in her locker that she needed me to take out for her.
Do you recall what those items were?
I never looked at them. It was just a bag of stuff that was in the locker.
And then where did you take those?
I took them home with me.
Were you able to give them back to her?
Eventually, initially they had been set on top of a trunk in my house. Someone had opened it at some point and the bag had fallen behind it and I couldn't find them. And she was very angry.
What was she saying to you?
She accused me of stealing them or keeping them intentionally.
Were these paper items or were they items?
It felt like a bag of mail.
Eventually, did you find those items?
I did.
Did you give them back to her?
I did.
Did you store anything at your house for her?
Like I said, occasionally the phone, before the post office, sometimes bills, phone bills.
When you talked to deputies about Mr. Chris Williams, were you able to describe his vehicle?
Yes.
And you also then knew his address?
Well, I didn't know the exact address, but I knew how to get there. I'm not very good with streets in Kalamazoo.
So you just told them the location?
Basically, yes.
Did Linda ever ask you to lie for her when she was with Chris?
Like I said, I had no contact with Todd, so no.
Did you ever have any further conversations about what happened on the fire, the day of the fire, or about her running him over?
No, I'm pretty sure she only told me that the one time. And honestly, I didn't want to know.
Did Linda call you a few days after the fire and ask you to go out to the scene?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how long. It was shortly after the fire. She called me. It was late at night. It was pouring rain, and she said she needed me to bring a flashlight and come out to the house because there was a coffee cup in the dishwasher that had not been run, and she needed to find that cup because it had tranquilizer in it, and she didn't want the investigators to locate it.
At some point, did your relationship start to dissolve?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury why your relationship started to dissolve?
I had loaned her $5,000 because she told me that her mortgage was about to default and she was going to lose her house. And I had gotten paperwork in the mail for a signature loan for $5,000. So she asked me if she could borrow the money and said that she would make the payments on it and that it would help build my credit. So I did. I took the check, I signed it, I went to my bank, I deposited it, and I had a bank draft drawn up to Linda Stermer for the $5,000.
So you gave her then the entire $5,000?
I did.
And this was a loan in your name?
Yes.
And you did it why?
I didn't want her to lose her house.
And are you talking about the house that had burned, or are you
Yes.
talking about it? Okay. But it was your understanding she needed this money to keep that?
Yes.
And keep the property,
Yes.
is that right? Okay. And once you gave her the money, it was your understanding she was going to make payments?
Yes.
And did that occur?
No.
How did you find that out?
Several months later, one of the bills came, because I hadn't even been opening them, I was just giving them to her. A bill came and it said final notice, so I opened it and realized that not one single payment had been made.
And
So-
again, this was just in your name?
Yes.
So what did you do once you found this information out?
I confronted her at work,
And where did you confront her at work at?
in the bathroom.
In the bathroom? And tell me what happened during that conversation.
She looked me in the eye and said she never borrowed money from me.
And what did you do?
I was angry. I yelled. I was very verbally abusive. I was very angry.
Because now you had to pay that $5,000 back.
Yes.
And what did Ms. Stermer do then when you became angry with her?
She said a couple of things before she walked out of the bathroom, like, stop touching me, get away from me. And then she went out of the bathroom, and I followed her into the hallway and continued basically yelling at her.
Did you both get in trouble at work?
No,
You didn't get in any trouble?
no,
Was that the last time you talked to her?
that would, probably,
Any substantial conversations after that?
not that I recall.
Did she ever pay you back?
No.
Who's Steve Benny?
My brother.
When was the last time you had a conversation with your brother?
My mom's funeral in 2001, until I introduced him to Linda in 2007.
And then you introduced him to Linda?
Yes. He had property and she needed a place for her horses to stay.
So you connected the two of them?
So I connected the two of them so they could make that happen.
Did you talk to your brother anytime after that?
No,
Have you seen him?
no.
Got
Only
you
at
in it-
funerals, and we don't have conversation.
So from 2001 to 2007, there was one conversation about connecting him with Linda?
Basically, my brother and I have never been close.
Anything else that Ms. Stermer told you over the course of your friendship about either the house or her relationship or Chris Williams that I failed to ask you about?
I don't think so.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
I just want to get a couple housekeeping things done from what a prior witness said. You and Linda, as I understand it, you started at ChemLink on the same day, June 5, 2006, sound right?
That sounds right. Sometime in that area.
Linda helped you get the job, right?
Yes.
You two worked the second shift?
Yes.
Right. I used to work in a factory once. Would second shift be 3 to 11?
Yes.
And Chris Williams, he worked the first shift, am I right?
Yes, he did.
What would the first shift be?
7 to 3.
Okay. He was a truck driver. Do you know whether he was in the same building as you
It was all one building.
in Schoolcraft?
Yes.
But he'd be leaving as you were coming on, correct?
Yes.
And you and Linda became almost like best friends, am I right?
I thought so.
Chris Williams, you're saying Linda had started having a relationship with him, all right?
That's what she told me.
Okay, do you remember when it started?
Specifically, no. Like I said, I don't know how long it had gone on before she mentioned it to me.
Do you recall, well, it wasn't a big secret around ChemLink, was it?
That they were seeing each other?
Yeah.
I don't think it was common knowledge. There were a handful of people that may have known.
All right, we'll return to that. Let me just make sure I get this timeline right. You start June of 2006 with Linda, right?
Yes.
Working the same shift, going to work, traveling every day, because you both worked long ways from
Yes.
Schoolcraft. Then in Thanksgiving of 2006, November of 2006, there's this incident that happens that you told us about, right?
Yes.
Where you were the one who called the police, am I right?
Yes.
Because Linda, you said, I think said she had a gun and give me one reason why I shouldn't shoot this guy to death.
Yes.
Right. That's what you told the Michigan State Police. You called them.
I called 911. Who I talked to, I couldn't say.
Okay. Let me show you, if I may approach, Your Honor. Thanks. You testified in a prior hearing, am I right?
Yes, I did.
Under oath?
Yes, sir.
Subject to the penalty of perjury?
Yeah,
And you swore to tell the truth?
I did.
And you did tell the truth? In
Do you
that
have a
hearing?
question?
And you did tell the truth?
Yes.
the question.
I did tell the truth.
Thank you. I want to turn your attention to page 192, if I may. Are you there?
Yes.
And there are a bunch of numbers, of line numbers on the sides. You see that? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes.
Question was asked, you told the police that there was a gun involved in that incident. Ma'am, are you sure? Your answer was, they specifically asked me while I was on the phone if I knew if there were any firearms in the house. And I stated at that time, yes. See that?
She told me she had a gun.
Listen to my question.
Okay.
That was the question and answer you gave under oath, am I right?
Yes.
Okay. Then the question, that there was a firearm in the house or that there was a firearm being involved in the incident. And your answer was, you told them that I knew there were guns in the house. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
That was
I don't
your-
remember saying guns, but I did say there was a gun in the house.
That was your testimony under oath, right?
Yes.
And when you swore to tell the truth and you gave that answer to that question, it was the truth.
Yes.
And you knew that at that time, you need to make sure you're telling the police detailed information so they can help your friend.
I told them what she told me.
Okay. Isn't it true? There's nothing in here about, give me one reason why I should shoot that guy. Why I shouldn't shoot him.
One,
Am I right?
what are you saying?
Nothing in that transcript that where you swore to tell the truth that I just read says anything that you told the police about Linda saying, give me one reason why I shouldn't shoot that guy. Am I right?
I thought that I had.
Question was, am I right in the questions and answers that I read?
She's trying to review the document you gave her.
I just asked her to look at those questions and answers.
Well, why don't you let her finish, and then you can answer your question.
I did tell them that she told me she had a gun.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, this is November of 2006. I want to speed forward a little bit to the timeline. In January of 2007, right at the time of the fire, you had been hospitalized, am I right?
Yes.
You had been hospitalized in a psychiatric facility,
Yes.
am I right? And you were diagnosed with severe depression.
Situational depression.
Your Honor, I guess I'm just going to object, unless this would affect her memory. I don't know if we really need to go into her medical history.
She was hospitalized for a psychiatric condition. It goes to what she remembers and what she's able to tell us now
I don't think it's
about the
established
time of the fire.
that anything that happened to her affected her memory.
Relevance on 401.
I'm not seeing the relevance, so I'll sustain that
Thank you,
objection.
Your Honor.
Then the fire happened, am I right?
Yes.
January 7th. And then you have told our jury that your friendship dissolved over a loan of $5,000. You remember that?
I do.
And that culminated in a big verbal argument.
Yes.
All right. That big verbal argument happened July 31 of 2007.
Yes.
All right. You had found out shortly after or before that that Linda wasn't making payments on this loan you had made, right?
Shortly, very shortly before that.
Because you were hot, right?
Yes, I was angry.
Okay. And that's the reason your friendship dissolved.
There were a lot of things that led up to that, but that was the last straw.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to your testimony. Again, you have that with you, right? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes.
Say yes. Page 201, line 5 to 13. Let me know when you're on page 201
Line 5.
to 13.
Like I said, there were a lot of things that culminated in the relationship ending, but yes, I recall testifying to that.
When you were interviewed by Detective Rout, and you gave this testimony under oath at that hearing, you were asked, isn't it true that you told Detective Rout, when you were interviewed by her on May 17, 2007, that your relationship with Linda Stermer pretty much dissolved in February of 2007, after she had received so much sympathy from her coworkers, and Linda was transferred from second shift to first shift, and this angered her, you,
Yes.
because the plan had been for the two of you to move together to first shift. Isn't that true? And your answer was?
Yes.
Yes. So your relationship dissolved in February of 2007 because you were angry that she had gone to
I
first
wouldn't
shift.
say it dissolved at that point. We still had contact after that. Not nearly as often, and we were still working together
That fact that
at
she,
the same place.
the fact that she went to, well, she was on first shift now and you were on second. True?
Yes.
Okay. Now, my question is, not only did it anger you, you felt betrayed, didn't you?
I started to realize how many lies she had told me.
Because you think she lied when she made you this promise, or you guys talked about, we're going to go to first shift as a package deal?
Yes, and she never even gave me a heads up that she was changing or talking to anyone about changing shifts.
Do you understand that on January 7th, she lost her husband and her 3 teenage kids lost their father?
I know, I feel bad for her kids.
And so she had to take care of 3 teenage kids who are school-aged, right? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes,
And you understand that she asked management, can I change shifts so that I can accommodate the school schedule? True?
true.
And so you felt betrayed by that? As she lied to you?
It sounds petty. That sounds petty.
Well,
And it was much bigger than that.
turn to, you did feel like she lied to you, right?
Often, yes.
No, about that.
About that specifically, yes.
Then, in May 11 of 2007, Linda accused you of spreading rumors at work that she had killed Todd. Isn't that right?
I may have talked to somebody about that, yes.
Yeah, you may have talked to a woman named Jen, a coworker.
Possibly.
Well, possibly. Let's look at if I can refresh your recollection. If I may approach, Your Honor. I'll have you read this. Let me have you read that asterisk paragraph. You don't read it yourself.
That sounds right.
Refresh your memory now, ma'am.
I don't remember who Jen was, but yeah.
It refreshes your
I know I talked to someone, I just didn't remember the name.
Okay. That you were accused by Linda of telling another coworker by the name of Jen that Linda killed her husband. True?
Yes, because I believe that's what happened.
Excuse me, ma'am. You can understand how someone might be upset when a coworker is spreading rumors at work that she was a murderer. You can imagine how upsetting that might be. True?
Sure.
So that's May 11, and then right after that, you and Kathy Ilg get this idea of you want to go to the police to tell the police things, but you don't want it to come back on you. Is that fair?
Yes.
So you told Kathy, I need you to make a phone call.
Well, I didn't tell Kathy. I discussed it with Kathy, and Kathy offered to call them and have them come to me.
Okay, so Kathy offered to be the go-between between you and the police. Am I right?
Just for that incident.
In May of 2007.
Yes.
Then you had Officer Rout come to your work. Am I right to interview you?
Yes.
Even though at that time you lived about a mile from the MSP post. True?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you also lived about 5 minutes from the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, right?
Yes.
You could have certainly gone down there. Yes?
The point was to avoid conflict with people at work that were feeling sympathy for her.
Okay. So that's why you had the police
Come to me.
come to work for this big show that the police are talking to you while you wanted to avoid conflict with the people at work.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's exactly right.
Then we have this issue that happened because of the loan, right, where you confronted Linda in the bathroom
Yes.
at work, right?
Yes.
And you got verbal,
I did.
but it didn't get physical.
I never touched her.
Never touched her. Yet you were convicted for assault.
I pled no
excuse me.
contest because she had already convinced the police that I had done that.
The question is this. You were convicted of assault.
I don't really know what the point of talking about convictions is, if it's relevant or not relevant.
She already
It has nothing to
said-
do with truth.
She said she never laid a hand on it, Linda.
Is this out of this incident?
Yes.
The assault? I'll allow it.
Thank you.
I guess I'm also concerned that assault can mean also not,
right.
it can also mean being put in fear of. It doesn't necessarily prove that there was any sort of battery.
Right.
So I also would ask for an instruction on that for the jury so that they understand what an assault and battery is, and it should simply be just.
Your Honor, I don't know if we need a speech instead of a legal objection.
Okay. There's been a legal objection. In light of the prosecution reminding me of the elements of the assault, I find it more confusing than
Well,
relevant.
let me see if I can clarify this.
So I'm not allowing you to go into that anymore.
Okay. Right after this incident, you contacted the police again, Detective Rout, am I right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you said that Linda Stermer asked you to close out her post office box, am I right?
Clean out her post
Clean out.
office box.
And you closed it out, though, didn't you?
I don't remember if I took everything out or if I actually closed the box. I think I originally said that I closed the box, so I assume that's what I did. It's been a long time.
Understood. Closing the box means closing the account, because she didn't want
Right.
Todd to find out.
But I, like I said, was with her when she opened that post office box.
You weren't a signer on the box. It was her box.
I had a key.
You had a key, and every now and then she'd give you a key for that post office box, and if you needed to get stuff for her, you did.
Yes.
Are you telling our jury that the U.S. Post Office in Pawpaw,
Yes.
that the federal government, the U.S. Postal Service, allowed you to close out a box for a third party?
I don't think she'd have any knowledge of what the post office is doing. I think she can talk about her actions and what she did. I don't think she knows what the post office did.
This is impeachment. This is cross-examination. I'm allowed to get into this.
If you lay a foundation.
Yes.
That she knew.
Have you ever opened a post office box before? Ever?
Yes, once in South Haven.
And when in South Haven, did you ever close that box?
Yes.
And when you open the box, you have to show ID, don't you?
I don't remember. That would have been in the 80s.
You wouldn't know if you just simply say, I'm Kate Fox, I'd like to open a box, and they give you one.
If I had to show ID, I'm sure I did.
And you have to fill out some type of form or application. They don't just give you a key, right?
Right.
When you closed your box, you had to prove it was you. True?
Your Honor, I prefer Pete ask her if she remembered, because it appears
Your
that
Honor, we don't need to
she's
speak.
struggling with her memory on what actually occurred. I'm putting words in her mouth.
That's specific.
Ma'am, everyone can't talk at the same time, okay? So what is the question right now, Mr. Mueller?
Question is, well, let's say, did you ever testify under oath that the U.S. Postal Service allowed you to close a postal box for another person?
I'll allow that question for
Yes.
impeachment.
You testified to that under oath,
Yes.
but you don't know if they actually would allow you to do that, right?
I believe they did.
Okay. Do you recall having?
I know I cleaned the box out that day.
Do you recall showing ID to the postal office that day? You remember
I
cleaning out the
don't
box?
remember whether I had to show ID or not.
You don't recall what you had to do, am I right?
Right.
Now, this issue of a coffee cup that Linda talked to you about, she needed to get in, right? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes.
Because she wanted, I think you told us that the coffee cup had tranquilizer in,
Yes.
right? But she didn't give any tranquilizer to Todd
She
Stermer.
told me she didn't give it to him because she found out that he had already taken something for sleep.
Okay, he took something for sleep. Are you aware, do you have any evidence to corroborate for our jury that Linda Stermer told you any of this?
No, I don't.
Are you aware that Dr. Markey, the medical examiner, has testified Todd Stermer didn't have any drugs in his system, none except caffeine?
Your Honor, that's not a correct statement of what was actually found by Dr. Markey. There were drugs found in his system, and he listed them out on the toxicology.
In his system is in the blood, active in his system. Counsel knows that.
think asking her about what the doctor found is inappropriate.
No, I just asked if she was aware of it.
No, I wasn't aware of it.
Man, do you think you're a truthful person?
Yes, I do.
Do you think you're a deceitful person?
No.
Well, wouldn't it be a little bit sneaky when you went with Kathy Ill to call the police?
I'm going to object to this. I don't understand what this line of
It goes
questioning
right to
is.
credibility.
I
It's
think
argumentative.
Goes
maybe a
right-
different word besides sneaky. It looks like you're going for truth and deceit.
Would it be deceptive that you went through a third party to talk to the police?
It didn't feel like it at the time.
Not to you.
Not to me, no.
So you don't feel like you're deceptive or untruthful?
I felt like I needed to talk to them.
This question is, you don't feel like you're untruthful, right?
No,
And you don't feel like you're deceptive, right?
no.
Your Honor, ask and answer, and I'd ask you to move on.
There's an objection asked and answered. I'm sustaining.
Thank you. Would your siblings agree with you?
Not my brother, but I don't have a relationship with my brother. My
That would-
sister would tell you that
And
I'm
would be-
honest.
And that would be Steve, right?
Yes, it would.
Steve Benny.
Yes.
Thank you. Give 1 second.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that Attorney Mueller was asking you about your prior testimony and whether you had talked to them about whether she said she had a gun.
Yes.
And do you recall looking at the testimony then? I'm going to actually have you go through all of your answers on that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and just say yes instead of not here.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, so I'm going to have you read to me, because I believe he was concentrating on particular lines.
Okay.
And so I'm going to have you read from 15, line 15, which I believe he was talking to you about. And I'm going to actually have you continue down to line 24. If you could just read that. The same page you had, I believe it's 192.
All right, the question, you didn't tell the police and things. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I want her to read because he made her read the two statements and he excluded another statement that she made.
So, okay. Question, you didn't tell the police in Thanksgiving 2006 that Ms. Stermer had a shotgun and was threatening her husband, did you? Answer, yes, I did. You told the police that there was a weapon involved. I told them there was an assault, that she told me she had a gun.
Thank you. So that's the full and complete answer that you were trying to give, is
Yes.
that correct? And that's from the same page that Attorney Mueller had you read from.
Yes.
Do you know if everybody worked like in different roles and at ChemLink? Do you know if drivers were on the same shift as people on the line?
I think they had a few people from each department on both shifts, but I'm not positive about that. The drivers may have only worked in the morning. I don't know.
So you don't know?
I didn't know them personally.
You only know what your shift was?
Right.
But you don't know what drivers' shifts or what other employees' shifts are?
No.
And I guess I just want to understand the dynamics at work after the fire were not good.
No.
Is that correct?
Yes.
There was a little tension.
Yes.
There was stress.
Yes.
And you wanted the police to come to you versus you reaching out to the police.
Yes,
And why did you want that?
because I had to continue to work with the people that I worked with. And like I said, at the time, they were very sympathetic of her situation.
And you didn't want to look like the bad guy,
Right,
but you felt this information needed to get to the police?
yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Ma'am, because everybody was sympathetic with Linda Stermer, who lost her husband, you were upset about that?
I wasn't upset about it. I just didn't want to end up on the wrong end of it. I didn't want them to see me as the enemy.
Okay. But
But
you
I didn't feel the same way that everyone else did, no.
Okay. And that's why you had the police come to you instead of you going to the police, so you're away from the employees that you didn't want to be looked bad upon?
I don't understand your
Yeah,
question.
bad question. Sometimes I do that. Instead of going to the Van Buren County Sheriffs who live or who are 5 minutes from your house, or the Michigan State Police, which is a mile from your house, you had them go about a half hour to your work. Am I right?
Yes,
And that was, you were afraid that the employees would see you were talking about Linda, and everybody felt bad about Linda.
yes,
And that's why you had them come to you at work
exactly.
instead of you going to them, right?
Yes,
And then finally, when you were asked those questions on 192, you see that? Mm-hmm. Yes?
I'm familiar, yes.
Okay. You didn't tell the police on Thanksgiving 2006 that Ms. Stermer had a shotgun and was threatening her husband, did you? And your answer was, yes, I did. Then you told that to the police, that there was a weapon. I told them there was an assault, that she told me that she had a gun. Then you were asked some follow-up questions, right? The ones I read you. And you were pressed a little more. You told the police that there was a gun involved in the incident, ma'am. Are you sure? They specifically asked me while I was on the phone if I knew there were any firearms. She's with me at
Just
192 and
went over this.
193.
Okay. Is there a specific inconsistent statement you're trying to get
Yes.
at? Okay.
I'm just pressing, she got pressed and then admitted the truth under oath that you told them that I knew there were guns in the house. And that was your testimony under
So
oath.
the guns is where you're getting hung up? Because I told them she had a gun.
Excuse me. You said that I knew there were guns in the house under oath, correct?
Yes,
Thank you. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
You told them that because Linda told you she had a gun in the house.
yes.
And what's your objections?
Form, leading.
Oh, wow, it's already been covered though.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I just want to be clear, I think it got lost in the translation here. Did you want it to appear the police were coming to you instead of you going to the police?
Yes,
And that's what you were trying to accomplish?
yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Jerry, do you have any questions of her? None? Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused from your subpoena. Any objection to excusing her, counsel?
Yes, I'd ask that she please be excused from subpoena.
No problem.
Okay, you're all done. Thank you, ma'am. Yep.
Thank you.
15 today, so I'll let you take a 15-minute break now, okay? And remember the rules. Jury's left. Any matters to address in our short break?
The only thing, Your Honor, is just that the next witness is we're just going to be reading transcripts. So it's my understanding that I'm going to play the part of Mr. Capps. Mr. Kelly is going to be then Mr. Getting, and then my...
We have a reader.
Your Honor, this is my case, my direct, my witnesses, so we already have a reader. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, I think we can have a reader for our clause.
So you have someone reading?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. I'm not going to have separate readers come in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back on the record, counsel, any matters to address before we bring in the jury?
Are we going to let the jury know how we're handling this witness and how we're proceeding?
Oh, we were gonna do the jury instructions. Remember we had that about it. Right.
Yeah.
We were gonna do that same jury instruction you read on. You were gonna delete maybe the last sentence or something.
Yeah, delete the last sentence. And then I'm just wondering that the jury's going to have probably a question on why we're reading this in.
They say she's unavailable. That's what the rules say.
No, this is the wrong one. Let me, which is the one, because counsel, can you approach?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Welcome back. And jury, I'm going to give you an instruction. It's similar to one you've already heard, but it relates to upcoming testimony. You will hear testimony that Ms. Stermer was in jail on or about June 2009. The parties stipulate that she was in jail for this offense. You must not consider this as evidence of her guilt. The fact that she was in jail must not impact your deliberations or verdict in any way. Thank you. Mr. Blair?
Yes, Your Honor. At this point in time, we intend to read into the record the prior testimony of Dardita Gordon. Counsel in this matter will be handled by myself and Mr. Kelly, from what I understand, and then we intend to have Heather Fisk from our office read the testimony of Dardita Gordon into the record. Thank you. Yes, she is deceased. Yes, she is unavailable because she is now deceased.
about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Make sure that microphone's right up.
Different view up here.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Would you state your name, please?
Dardita Gordon.
And Dardita, where are you from?
I'm from Covert, Michigan.
And during 2009, I believe between April and August of this past year, were you in the Van Buren County Jail?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what were you in the Van Buren County Jail for?
Failure to pay fines and costs.
Okay. And while you were there a number of other female inmates that you shared a cell with?
Yes.
Okay. And my understanding is you left jail somewhere around August the 23rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Before you left jail, or when you left jail, were you done with anything you had to do with the system at that point in time?
Yes, I had nothing else to do with the system.
All right. And up to that point in time, had you ever talked to any officer about a person named Linda Stermer?
During the time I was incarcerated?
Right.
No, sir.
Were you eventually contacted by an officer in, I believe, sometime in late October of 2009?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you told that your name came up from talking to another inmate or other inmates?
Yes.
All right. And is it true that officer wanted to know what, if anything, you knew about a person named Linda Stermer?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in the jail, did you know who Linda Stermer was?
I did not know her until I met her while I was incarcerated.
And when you met her in jail, first of all, tell us, how does things work as far as people getting along, not getting along, making friends, not making friends? Is there any particular way that works at the county jail or not?
Depending on the friendliness of the person, the nature of the person, what they were in there for, I tried to get along with everybody, to do my time, to go home. I don't put myself in the position to argue, to fight with the inmates, or to disrupt the jail system.
Okay.
Basically, I stay to myself, or I talk to other people that are, that I can talk to.
All right. And would it be fair to say that there are some people that get friendly and spend a lot of time with each other talking in jail, and there are other people that just don't do that or avoid people?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with Linda Stermer? How did the two of you get along, if at all?
We got along fine.
Okay. And as far as over the period of, about how long were you in jail together?
Roughly, I spent about a week, about 4 days down in the holding tank with her. Then I want to say roughly about a month and a half in the cell with her before I became a trustee.
And during that time, as compared with other inmates, were you closer with her, about the same as other inmates?
I was more closer with her.
Okay. And during that time, did discussion ever come up about why each of you were in jail?
Yes, I previously knew before, when I was in the holding tank with her. I knew then what she was in there for because...
Okay, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I was going to say, how did you know that?
She told me.
She told you when you were in the holding cell together?
Yes.
Before that, had you read anything, heard anything, seen anything on TV, any other source that you knew anything about her case, or that it even happened?
No.
All right. Any knowledge that you have about her case, did that come from anywhere other than Linda Stermer?
No.
All right. I'm just going to ask you a general question. Tell me what your conversations were with Linda Stermer about her case.
Conversation was what she was incarcerated for. She told me she was incarcerated for murdering her husband. She told me that she had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
At one point in time, she told me over the course of It was over a course of 2 years that this was all going on. She was very hysterical at the time when we were in the holding tank. She was very hysterical, very crying, very.
At the time, she said that she didn't have anything to do with it. Did she tell you about anything at all about what had happened?
Only that she had an argument with her husband.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about that there had been a fire?
Yes.
Was there any discussion at all about where she had been when the fire happened, how she happened to get out, and he didn't?
She said that she wasn't in the home at the time of the fire, was the first conversation we had about it.
That she was not in the home?
Yes.
Was she on the property or just gone somewhere else according to what she initially told you?
She said she was gone off the property at the time of the fire.
Okay. And continue on with what happened. Did the story change at any point in time, or was there another story?
The story changed when we were in the cell together.
Okay, and in what way did it change?
The story changed to where she told me that she had an altercation with her husband at the time.
Okay.
An argument with him.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
No, she did not tell me what the argument was about. That she did not do. She told me that she had an altercation, an argument. There was a point in time that she told me that there was medication involved with her husband.
Okay.
And at one point...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
One point in time, she told me that she started the fire in the home.
Okay. When she was talking about medication being involved, did she indicate how medication had been involved?
Administered the medication.
I'm sorry?
Administered.
She gave him medication?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you what it was that she had given him?
No, she did not.
Okay. Now, you said that she eventually told you that she had started the fire?
Yes.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about how she started the fire?
With gasoline.
Okay. Did she give you any other details about where this was, or where her husband was, or?
Her husband was inside the home.
Okay. Anything more specific than that she told you?
No, the fire was started in the home, and her husband was inside of the home at the time.
Okay. Did she indicate how she was able to do that without him stopping her, running out, fighting with her?
He was apparently sleeping.
Okay. What else, if anything, did she tell you about what happened?
She did tell me that at one time that she struck him with an object.
Okay. Was that during this same conversation, or was this a different time?
This was within the same conversation that we had the last time that I spoke with her.
Okay. Was it, just so I understand, was she saying that she struck him with an object while he was sleeping?
No, this was during the argument.
Okay.
She struck him with an object, then the conversation went to there was medication involved, and then the conversation went on with the fire got started. That she started the fire, her husband was sleeping at the time.
All right. Anything else at all any other discussion about what happened that day?
Not after that. That was all that me and her had a conversation about at that point in time.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversation with her at all about her relationship with her husband or other men?
She did tell me that she had a boyfriend.
Okay. Did she tell you anything about him?
She told me that he was a good man.
Okay.
Anything
else as far as where she met him, how she met him, where he was from, anything like that?
She told me she met him shortly after her husband passed.
Okay, I'm sorry, we misunderstood. Before her husband died, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear.
Okay.
What I was asking about is, did you ever have any conversation, or did she ever say she had a boyfriend while her husband was still alive?
No, she did not.
That never came up?
That never came up, no.
Right now, you've got nothing pending in the system, is that right?
That's right.
And has anything been promised to you, or are you expecting anything for being here and providing testimony today?
No.
All right. And basically, you were identified by someone as being apparently close to Linda Stermer, and the police came and talked to you.
Yes.
And this is pretty much what you told them?
Yes.
Thank you. No other questions. You want my copy, Skip? You can ask them. Yeah, I think you have to.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gordon. How are you today?
I'm good.
Thank you for being here. I know the weather is quite difficult. My name is Jeff Gettings, and I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Yes.
If at any point you don't understand the question or don't understand what I'm saying, please feel free to just let me know. Is that okay?
Yes.
Now, it's your testimony that, or isn't it true that you were arrested and placed into the Van Buren County Jail in 2009?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you've now testified that you were there for failure to pay fines and costs?
Yes.
Failing to pay fines, pay what fines and costs?
For restitution.
Restitution for what?
3 years ago, I caught a case for attempted uttering and publishing.
You attempted uttering and publishing. What does that mean?
I knowingly cashed I did not know that the check was stolen, and I cashed a check.
You cashed a check that you did not know was stolen?
Yes.
Well, isn't it true that uttering and publishing requires that you knowingly pass a check that has been false, forged, or altered? It's money that you're not entitled to. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
Yes or no? Isn't it that what uttering and publishing is?
No.
That's not?
No.
Isn't it true, think you pled guilty to the crime?
I did plead guilty to the crime.
Are you now telling me that you're not guilty of that crime?
I'm telling you that I was guilty of cashing a check not knowing it was stolen.
Well, isn't it true that you admitted to the judge at the time of your guilty plea while under oath after having sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that you were guilty of that offense that you pled to?
Because that was the offense that I was charged with, and it was dropped to attempted uttering and publishing.
So you attempted to pass a false, forged, or otherwise altered document that you were not entitled to.
Yes.
But you were stopped in the preparation of that offense.
Yes.
That's what attempt means.
Yes.
So, okay. And then the judge had ordered you to pay restitution for that passing or your attempted passing of that false check. The restitution was actually for the check that was cashed. Isn't that true?
The restitution was for that, yes. That was for that.
Okay. So the charge against you was reduced from uttering and publishing, a felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison, to attempted uttering and publishing.
Yes.
And then you failed to do what the court had ordered you to do. 3 years passed and you were picked up.
Yes, because I'm disabled.
How are you disabled?
I cannot work. I have medical conditions to where I cannot work right now.
Do you currently take medication, prescription medications for those conditions?
Yes, I do.
What medications are you on?
I take Lortab.
What's Lortab?
It's a pain medication because I have cancer.
Are you currently taking any medications other than Lortab?
I take Xanax because I have PTSD disorder and panic disorder.
PTSD stands for post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes, sir.
When were you diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder?
5 years ago, 6 years ago, sorry.
What is the diagnosis of panic disorder?
It's the extreme panic disorder of going in public, of being around a group of people.
And you take Xanax so that you won't panic when you're around a group of people?
Yes.
Were you prescribed Xanax at the time that you were incarcerated in the Van Buren County Jail?
I was not allowed to take them in the county jail.
So at the time that you were at the time that you were incarcerated in the Van Buren County Jail in 2009, you were not taking Xanax?
No, because you cannot have narcotics in the county jail system.
You were not taking your Lortab?
No, because you cannot have narcotics in the county jail system.
What other medications have you been prescribed that you were not taking at the time that you were in?
I take Seroquel at that time. I couldn't afford it in the county jail because I have no insurance.
What is Seroquel?
Seroquel is for insomnia and for mood disorders.
What mood disorder have you been diagnosed with?
Bipolar 2.
What is bipolar 2?
Bipolar 2 is a mood swing disorder. It is a mental condition of you have mood swings. Your elevation of moods go up and down. It's a mood stabilizer. It's also for insomnia.
Seroquel, Xanax, Lortab. What other medications were you not taking at the time that you were in the county jail?
That's it.
Have you been diagnosed with any other mental or emotional disorders other than panic disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, and bipolar?
No.
Ms. Garton, have you ever been convicted of any other theft-related crimes or crimes involving dishonesty, like attempted uttering and publishing?
I have one other charge that was a misdemeanor of a theft at Walmart.
When did that occur?
I can't recall the date, the year. I know it was probably 2000, I want to say 5, maybe even 6.
And the reason you can't recall is because you have difficulty with your memory as a result of post-traumatic stress disorder and panic disorder and bipolar.
Yes.
When you were incarcerated at the Van Buren County Jail, you had access to a television. Is that true?
Yes, I had access to a television, but not until after I was already moved from the cell. I was in with Ms. Stermer to cell 1.
You also had access to other media reports, newspapers.
No.
No?
No.
Did you have access to other persons as a source of information? Did anybody come and visit you at the jail?
The only one that came to visit me at the jail was my father and my fiance at the time, but they didn't have TV at the time and they don't watch the news.
So both your father and your fiance were persons who came to visit you?
Yes.
And that's it? No other friends, no other family?
Nope.
In the several months that you were there at the jail, is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you know Linda Stermer?
No.
Before she came to jail?
No.
She was arrested on June the 5th of 2009. When she initially came to jail, she was put in what you refer to as a tank. Is that right?
Yes, it's like a holding cell for inmates when they come in.
Until they've been assigned to another cell?
Yes.
Now the tank has another purpose besides being where people are initially put when they are arrested. It's also used as a disciplinary tool.
Yes, it is.
Now, you were in the tank. You hadn't just been arrested. You were there as a disciplinary action. Is that true? Is that yes?
Yes.
Detective Sergeant Maciowski and Detective Gabriel Rout, were the two persons who interviewed you on October the 28th. Is that right?
Yes.
Isn't it true, madam, that when you were first asked by the detectives whether or not Ms. Stermer had made any statements to you, you told them that she did asked for forgiveness, but you could not remember anything further.
Yes, they did ask me that, and yes, she did ask for forgiveness.
Isn't it true that you told the officers that that's all that you could remember and you could not remember anything further?
I did not say that that was all I could remember. I said at the present moment, that was all that I could remember.
Isn't it true that it was Detective Macioski that suggested to you that Linda Stermer had struck her husband as opposed to you telling him that first?
No, he did not suggest that to me.
So when Detective Macioski writes in his report that he attempted to jar your memory by asking if she had heard Linda Stermer doing chapel, make any statements as to striking her husband, he must be lying in his report.
It was a question that he asked me if there was anything I could remember about her striking, hitting, or anything else.
And so Detective Macioski, after you had told him you could not remember anything further other than her asking for forgiveness, suggested to you that she had struck her husband. Is that true?
Yes, to be honest with you,
Madam, I haven't asked you any other questions, and it wouldn't be appropriate for you just to make comments, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Have you had any contact with Ms. Stermer since your release from jail?
No.
Did you visit? So you never visited her, she's never visited you, there hasn't been any contact, is that right?
No.
So this friendship that you claim you developed with her while you were incarcerated evaporated upon your release, or upon her release from jail.
Yes.
She was actually released from jail before you were, right?
Yes.
You made no attempt to come forward with any of this information to the Sheriff's Department, to a detective, to a guard, or anyone during the course of your incarceration. Is that right?
That's true.
You didn't make any statements to the police or other law enforcement authorities about this at the time when you claimed these statements were being made. Is that right?
That's true.
And even after Ms. Stermer was released from jail in August of 2009, you didn't come forward to any point in time then, did you?
That is true.
And Madam, isn't it true that Detective Macioski indicated to you or brought to your attention, used the word frying pan before you made any statements about having been struck with any kind of object? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And later, Detective Rout asked you, are you sure about that? Being that Detective Macioski had mentioned the possibilities of a frying pan, Detective Rout asked you, are you sure that isn't true, that you then said, well, you don't know about the frying pan, only that she did strike her husband. Is that right?
I did say that.
And so even during your interview with the detectives, Detective Macioski was suggesting information to you. You were including that in your statement, and then you were retracting it later. All during your one interview with the police, is that right?
Yes.
You continue to suffer from memory problems that you are a result of a post-traumatic stress disorder, bipolar disorder, and anxiety disorder. Is that true?
Yes, I do continue to suffer from them.
Are you currently being treated for those?
Yes, I am.
All right. But they continue to affect your ability to recall things in a clear and precise way. Is that right?
I wouldn't say that. It affects me to be able to decipher from right and wrong.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you whether or not your memory continued to be impacted by the Lortab, Xanax, Seroquel, your disorders of panic, post-traumatic stress disorder, mood disorder, bipolar, Those things affect your ability to accurately recall events. Isn't that true?
It plays a part in it, yes.
What else plays a part in your inability to accurately recall things?
Stress.
All right. What else plays a part? Stress, post-traumatic stress disorders, anxiety disorders, mood disorders, bipolar disorder, and your various prescriptions for those things. Basically nothing else?
That's my part.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Basically nothing else. I take medication for that.
Amber Papish was also in your cell. Isn't that true?
Not with me at the present moment, no or not.
You are not currently incarcerated.
She was not in the cell at the time that me and Miss Stermer were in the cell together.
When did she come into the cell?
Amber came into that cell shortly after I left.
Amy Lauren, she was also incarcerated with you. Isn't that true?
Yes, Amy Lauren was also incarcerated with me.
And Linda Barton, isn't it true that she also was incarcerated with you and Miss Stermer?
Yes, she was.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Just a couple more questions. Miss Gordon, it was Officer Maciowski that brought up the question if Linda Stermer had used any object such as a frying pan. He's the one that brought that up?
He brought it up, yes.
Okay. And you understand that we want you to testify to what you remember, not what was suggested to you.
Exactly. That's why when he asked me the question, I said, all I remember is that she said she struck him with an object.
Also, during the course of that conversation, according to his report and Detective Rout's report, is that Linda told you that she was there because she had killed her husband and she had started a fire and that she had used gasoline. Nobody suggested that to you, did they?
No, they did not.
Thank you. No other questions.
Isn't it true that that information had previously been reported in the media?
No, it was not, because I did not watch television at the time. I was not in the cell with any kind of television or any way to be able to see that.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't it.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the next question then, because she said she doesn't watch television and wasn't aware of it. She wouldn't know whether or not it was in the media.
Yeah. I don't know what the next question is, so let's hear it.
You know what? I'm not even going to bother. That's it. I'm done.
You may step down. Counsel, can you approach, please? Okay, jury, an instruction for you. The testimony of Dardita Gordon was read into this trial because she is not available. This testimony was taken under oath at an earlier hearing. You should consider this testimony in the same way you consider any other testimony you have heard in court. Thank you. Ms. Ziderbean, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please call Corey Pierce to the stand, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, and once you're settled in, I'll have you move the microphone close to your mouth and tell us your full name and spell the last.
Corey Lee Pierce, P-I-E-R-C-E.
Thank you. Ms. Ziderbean?
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. Pierce.
Good afternoon.
And can you explain to the jury why you have a different last name?
My biological dad had dropped me off at my aunt and uncle's when I was about 2 years old, and I grew up with them and they raised me.
So who raised you?
My aunt and uncle,
And what are their names?
Linda and Todd Stermer.
And did you think of them as your parents?
Yes, I called them Mom and Dad.
At the time of the fire, how old were you?
17.
Can you explain to the jury kind of what the layout of the house, where your bedroom was, where your brother slept?
So our bedrooms were in the basement. As you go down the stairs, as you turn to the right, we had a kind of a recreational room right there, and then a downstairs living room. And then in the back corner, there were 2 large bedrooms in each corner down there.
And did you share a bedroom or did you have your own?
I was sharing it with my brother Trevor at the time, and then Trenton's room was right next to that one. They were connected.
Right by each other?
Yep.
And was there a loft area that your dad was working on?
Yeah, so that had just gotten finished. The loft area was Trevor's bedroom.
So that was going to be Trevor's bedroom?
Yes.
But at the time of the fire, were all 3 of you still sleeping downstairs?
Correct.
Do you recall the night before the fire?
Yes.
And had you heard any fighting that night?
Yes, so I had heard a lot of arguing, yelling, and my dad had found out that Linda was cheating on him.
So I can rephrase the question. Do you know what the fight was about?
Yes.
And what was the fight about?
Unless, does he know from personally observing it, or
He heard
is
it, Your Honor.
And why is it being offered?
Why is it being offered?
The objection is hearsay.
Oh, I can actually ask in terms of what he heard his mother say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let
Could you
Linda
tell me
tell
what
me.
you heard Linda say, what the fight was about?
That night,
Yeah.
so Linda was claiming that she didn't cheat on her dad, and
And then you heard more yelling.
I heard more yelling at that point.
And where were you when Linda and your dad were arguing?
Downstairs in my bedroom.
And you
In
could
bed.
hear it?
Yes, could hear pretty clear.
Do you recall, you said you were in bed?
Yeah.
So do you recall approximately like how late this was?
I can't remember the time.
But you had already gone to bed?
Yes.
Did your brothers also go to bed?
Yeah.
All 3 of you were in bed?
Yeah, we went to bed at the same time usually.
Did any of you get up?
No.
Which you could clearly hear upstairs?
Yeah.
That night that you heard this fighting between Linda and your dad, did Linda come downstairs to the basement?
Not during that night that I know of.
She didn't come down and watch TV?
Not that I know of, no.
She didn't come down and snuggle with you on the couch?
No.
At any time that night before the fire, did you hear your dad come downstairs?
Not that I recall.
Didn't hear him go into the furnace room?
No.
How close was your bedroom to the furnace room?
It basically almost touched it. It was just on the other side of the wall, kind of kitty corner.
Shared a wall?
Yes.
Was the basement 100% finished?
It had just gotten finished. As far as I recall, it had just gotten finished, yes.
So you had drywall?
Had drywall.
Did you have carpet?
We didn't have carpet down there.
Didn't have carpet yet?
No.
Did you have area rugs?
I don't remember an area rug.
Was the ceiling finished?
Yes.
Okay. Was it drywalled?
I think it was drywall, yes.
Growing up, did you ever see your parents get physical with each other?
No.
Did you ever see any marks or bruises on Linda?
No.
Do you recall waking up the next morning, the day of the fire?
Yes.
And you were in your bedroom?
Yeah.
And what woke you up?
I was already awake at the time. I just woke up on my own that morning.
Did you hear anything?
I heard somebody walking down the stairs.
And who was that?
Linda.
And then what did she do?
She came into the room, into my bedroom, sat on the end of my bed, and then I sat up, and she told me that I needed to help my brothers get around and get dressed real fast, and she wanted me to take them out to movie and breakfast that morning.
Did she say why?
She told me that they were going to get divorced and they were going to decide how to split everything up.
Did she tell you what this fight was about?
She didn't bring up the fight at that point. She just told me that they were getting divorced and wanted to decide how to split everything up.
And she told you to go where?
She told me to take my brothers out to breakfast and a movie.
Did she give you any money?
Yes, she gave me some money.
Do you remember how much?
No, I can't recall.
So what did you do?
I asked her why we needed to sneak out, and she said that she wanted our dad to think we were still in the basement.
Did she say why she wanted your dad to think that?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said that if he thought we were still in the basement, excuse me, that they wouldn't argue as much, and that it would be easier to figure out how to get through the divorce, stuff that they were going to go through.
So because of that, she wanted you to sneak out?
Yes.
She tell you not to talk to your dad?
Yes.
Did you go out the basement door or or a different door?
No, we went up through the upstairs door.
So when you went upstairs, what did you see upstairs?
I walked upstairs and my two brothers were behind me, and Linda was on the side blocking the living room, and I kind of glanced over there as I was leaving, and it looked like I saw my dad just sitting in the chair with his arm kind of resting on the side.
Did you see his face?
No.
Did you try to talk to him?
I did not, no.
Did you see any of your brothers go and try to talk to him?
Yeah, so Trenton was behind me. He tried to go around her, and say goodbye, and she blocked him and wouldn't let him go over there.
And you saw this?
Yes.
So what happened when she was blocking?
I said, Trenton, come on, let's just go. And we both walked towards the door.
What was the common practice at your house as far as talking to your parents before you left?
We would always give our parents a hug and kiss goodbye and tell them that we loved them.
Did you do that every time you left?
Every time, yes. It
So
was a general rule that we couldn't go to a friend's house, we couldn't go anywhere unless we had said goodbye.
You didn't get to say goodbye that day, did you?
No.
Do you remember if there was a fire in the fireplace?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what car you took to the mall?
Yes, we took the black Blazer.
Did your mom come out, did Linda come out and to the Blazer when you left?
I don't recall.
Do you remember how you got the keys?
The keys were already in the Blazer.
Was it common practice for Linda to leave her purse in the car?
No.
Did she ever drive the van?
I don't really remember her ever driving the van.
Is that your dad's primary vehicle?
Yeah, that was his work vehicle.
Do you remember seeing Linda's purse before you left?
Yes.
And where was her purse located?
It was on the counter. When you walked up the stairs, you could see it directly on the counter straight ahead of you. I'm sorry.
Was that in the kitchen area?
Kitchen area, yes, right at the top.
And you remember seeing it when you walked up?
Yes.
Is that a common place for her to keep her purse?
Yeah, just on the counter up there.
Where did you go in Kalamazoo?
We went to the mall, ate some food, and then we went to a movie.
Did you drive?
I was driving, yes.
Do you remember if the Blazer had a full tank of gas?
I don't remember the amount of gas in there.
Did you get a phone call as you were watching the movie?
Yes.
What was that phone call?
That phone call was from my friend Steven. He lived down the road just a little bit, and he called me and said that our house was on fire.
I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter, just to only describe why he left the movie and his next action.
I'll allow it for that purpose.
So once you got that call, what did you do?
At first I hung up and I thought he was joking. He was kind of a prankster, and he kept calling my phone and I didn't answer it, and then he ended up calling my brother Trevor's phone and told him that it was serious and we needed to get home.
Did you leave at that time?
Yes, then we left.
Did you head back to your house?
Yes, we went straight back home.
What did you see when you got there?
Police cars, a bunch of smoke coming out of the roof of the house. Somebody had seen us pull up, and I didn't really see too much of anything else. We were put in the back of a cop car.
So you stayed in the police car?
Yeah.
You didn't go up to the house?
No.
And then did you stay in that police car for a while?
Yeah, they told us to wait there until they came back.
Were you aware if Linda had a cell phone?
Yes.
Do you know if she had more than one cell phone?
Yeah, she had 2 phones.
And how do you know that she had 2 phones?
I had seen her use both of them on different occasions.
Did she ever ask you to get any bills or pick up any bills for her?
Yes.
What did she ask you to do?
So she called me and asked me to grab the mail that was going to be on the porch, and there was going to be a phone bill within that mail, and she asked me to hide the phone bill.
Did she tell you who to hide it from?
Yes, my dad.
Did Linda ever talk to you prior to the fire about them divorcing or who you might want to live with?
She had brought it up a couple times.
Do you recall how close to the fire that was?
No, I can't recall.
Do you ever remember your dad working on the furnace in the past while you were living at that house?
No.
Do you ever remember a time when there wasn't heat in the house or that it was cold?
No.
Did Linda ask you to move boxes of photos or any photos out to the shed before the fire?
No.
At your home, did you have a snowblower?
A snowblower?
A snowblower.
No, not that I remember. I don't remember a snowblower.
Do you guys have lawnmowers?
We had an old lawnmower.
Was it common to keep gas cans on the property?
Yes.
And where would those be stored?
Either in the shed or in our barn. We made like a barn with overhangs where the tractor and the lawnmower would have been. So
Go
the
ahead.
gas cans would have been with the tractor underneath of the overhang or with it inside the shed there behind the house.
Any reason there should have been a gas can in the front yard?
No.
Did Linda ever talk to you about what happened after the fire?
It was brought up within car rides.
Car rides with who?
My other two brothers.
And what did she say about the fire?
It depended on the time. The stories changed a few different times.
Do you recall what they were and how they changed?
The first time that Trenton asked her about it, she had told us that she was downstairs doing laundry and she heard yelling, and when she looked up the stairs there was too much smoke, and so she ran out the basement door.
And then did the story change?
The story changed a few different times.
What did it change to?
Another time she heard yelling, she ran up the stairs and saw her dad in the living room on fire, and she couldn't do anything because the smoke and the heat was too much, and so she ran out the front door. Another time she ran upstairs and there was too much smoke and she couldn't see anything and ran out the front door.
Did you ever ask her about the differences that she was telling you?
I never did, but my brother Trenton was very adamant about pushing her on her stories.
Did that happen in front of you?
Yes.
What happened when he would push her?
She would start screaming, and one time she pulled the vehicle over on the side of the highway and started slapping him. He was in the back seat. Other times she would just start screaming and crying and saying, "How dare you call me a liar?" And she would tell Trevor to silence him, shut him up, and she would allow Trevor, our other brother, to punch him and physically attack him to keep him, to shut him up.
Did Linda ever tell you what to say prior to you being interviewed?
Yes.
And you were spoken to by the insurance company?
Correct.
What did she tell you before you were interviewed?
She told me that the insurance company's job was basically to try to prevent us from getting insurance money, and they were going to ask us questions, and then she would tell me what the questions would be and how to answer them.
What did she tell you to say?
She said they'll probably ask about our marriage and if we had any issues within the marriage, and you'll need to tell them that there weren't any issues that you ever seen, that the marriage was good and that they were happy together, and if I had ever heard of financial issues, to just tell them that I didn't know, I had never heard of anything.
She asked you then to write out a list of your belongings?
Yes.
What did she say about that list of your belongings?
She had me and my brothers go through it and write out a list of belongings, and she told us that once she got the insurance money that we would get the money back for all of our possessions, so we needed to itemize each thing that we could remember. And so we did this for a few weeks. We'd keep remembering things and we'd write them down, and she would tell us to write down how many you think of something you have, how much you think it was worth, put that amount next to it, and once we got the insurance money, that we would be compensated for all of our belongings that we had on those lists.
And did she say what would happen if you didn't say what she told you to?
She said that we wouldn't get anything. They would just not give us the insurance money,
And that's why you had to say what she wanted you to say?
Correct.
Is that why you said what you said?
Yes.
Did Linda ever tell you where the van was at the time of the fire?
In one of her stories, it was at the bottom of the hill. When she ran out of the basement, she got in the van to go get help. And then another time it was at the top, where we always parked it at the top, and she had hopped in it to go try and get help.
At the time of the fire, you said you were 17?
Yes.
And did you live then with Linda for a period of time?
Yes.
Did you live with Linda while you were going through these insurance statements? She was your sole support at that time?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
You're a grown man now. I'll call you Mr. Pierce. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
I will try to keep this brief. You mentioned you were talking about keys in the car, remember?
Yes.
In the Blazer. You live in a rural area, obviously, right?
Correct.
It was not uncommon for folks out in the rural areas like you to leave keys in the car, right?
I don't know about other people. We wouldn't leave our keys in the car, though.
You would, right?
No, we wouldn't.
Well, in the Blazer, the keys were there that day, right?
Yes.
Are you aware your dad's wallet was found in the van that day? That was his work van?
No.
You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You talked about purse, and your mom's purse was on the kitchen, right?
Correct.
It's possible she had more than one purse, isn't it?
It's possible, yes.
Growing up, until Ms. Stermer got arrested in June of 2009, you had a very close relationship with your mom, right?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Okay. You had a close relationship with your dad?
Yes.
You don't like your mom very much, do you?
No.
The cell phone that you said there were two phones your mom had?
Yes.
Okay. One was her own phone and one was a work phone, right?
One was her own phone, and the other, she had told me, was a work phone.
Okay. You believe it was a work phone, and that's what you told the police officers when you were interviewed, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Okay. Show you a police report, and I'm just directing you to page 3. Page 1 was August of 2007. You see that, August 10?
Yep.
That sound about right when you were interviewed? Do you remember being interviewed?
By who?
By the police?
I don't remember any interviews by the police.
I want you to read just this little part that's highlighted on page 3. Page 3 of the, yeah, right at the top third. You there?
Yep.
Okay. It says, investigating officer also asked if his mother had a cell phone, which he stated she had 2 cell phones, which he identified as one being a regular phone and the other being a work phone. Does that jog your memory?
I guess I would ask if you could please stop testifying and ask questions.
Does that jog your memory that that's what you told the officer?
I'll overrule that.
No,
This is okay.
I don't remember talking to the officers about that.
At all?
No.
If you were talking to police officers, you would have been truthful with them, right?
I don't know. If my mom was around, then I'm not sure.
You don't remember if your mom was around or not around?
No, I don't remember the conversation.
Okay. Do you recall, in terms of the cell phone and the cell phone bills, that you would run up the cell phone bill talking to your mom or talking to your girlfriend a lot?
Yes.
In fact, back then, I mean, we have unlimited now, but back then you had limited minutes on family plans.
Yes.
Remember? So you and your mom, because you would run up the phone, remember not showing Dad the phone bills so you wouldn't get in trouble?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
And that you would have to pay for part of the bill because you were running up the bill with your girlfriend?
I would have to pay for part of that, yes.
The day of the fire, when you went to the mall, when you saw your dad, you didn't know if he was on the chair or on the couch in the living room, right?
I believe he was on the chair when I saw him.
May I approach, Your Honor? Do you remember testifying at a prior hearing?
Yes.
And I should look at page 150 if you would.
Okay.
Okay. In line 14, you were asked, do you remember whether he was on the couch or in a chair? And your answer was, it was one of the two. I just didn't really see him. I saw his leg, really.
Yes.
Remember being asked that question now that you look at it?
Yes.
Okay. You were under oath, right?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
And your memory would have been better back in 2010 than it is now, 15 years later, right?
Yes.
If you were asked that question, that's the answer you gave, that would have been the truth, right?
Yes.
As far as you knew, he was watching TV.
I can't say that he was watching TV. I don't know.
ask you to look at line 18, same page. The question was, so he's in there, and as far as you know, he was watching TV. Your answer?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Your memory was better then. Yes?
Yes.
You were sworn to tell the truth, and you did tell the truth. Yes?
As far as I know, he could be watching TV. He could have been doing anything, yes.
You did tell the truth.
Yes.
Okay. When you were asked by your mom, by Linda, to go to the mall, she didn't seem nervous at all, did she?
She seemed, I wouldn't say nervous, no. I would say more urgent.
She was calm.
No.
No? I'd ask you to take a look at page 158 again. Line 17 to 23. You see that?
Yes.
You were asked under oath back then in 2010, when your mom came and told you and your brothers to go see a movie or go to the mall, she was calm at that time, right?
I would say...
Your answer was, yeah, she seemed calm.
Yes.
Next question. She didn't seem upset or excited or scared or angry or anything like that. Is that true? And your answer was right.
Right.
When you were under oath back in 2010, you swore to tell the truth. That was the truth, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm sure your dad loved that house, right?
Yes.
But your mom loved that house too, right?
Yes.
And you had a cat at the time named Carrie?
No.
You had a cat?
No.
You did not have a cat?
No.
Are you saying the family didn't have any cats?
I don't remember any cats at that time. My cat had been hit by a car before that.
Okay. If you had cats in the house at the time, your mom loved animals, right?
Yes.
Dogs, cats, horses?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
You don't know if any cats survived the fire, do you?
I don't remember having cats at the time.
Okay. And that morning, your mom had told you that they were planning on getting divorced, right?
Yes.
And they were going to talk about splitting up the property, right?
Correct.
So she wanted you and Trenton and Trevor, at least to make it seem like you were in the house, so the argument wouldn't be so big and loud, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's why she said, look, I don't want you to say bye to your dad because I want this to be calm this afternoon, right? Calmer.
That's what she said, correct.
And it's not the first time they ever talked about, or your mom or dad ever told you about they might get divorced?
No.
Right. It happened a few times, a couple months before for sure, right?
I don't know the time frame, but before.
Before, and your mom told she might live with her sister-in-law or her stepsister. Remember that?
I don't remember that.
Okay. If you told somebody under oath that, would that have been true?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm going to ask you to read page 25, line 18 to 24.
Read it.
Not to yourself.
Oh, okay.
Let me know when you do.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory that your mom had told you sometime before that she might go, or you all might go live with her stepsister?
No, I don't remember.
It doesn't jog your memory at all?
No.
If you said that under oath, that would have been true, right?
Yes.
You just don't remember now.
No.
It's been so long.
Right.
Do you recall telling our jury just a little bit ago that you would store gas cans, family gas cans in the shed or the garage? The shed or where? Or the lean-to?
Like a barn lean-to.
Okay. And it was, you wouldn't store them in the front yard, right?
No.
Or in the front porch or anything?
The front porch? No.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at that transcript at page 159 if you would. And look at, should be highlighted, lines 10 through 22. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Good?
Yep.
All right. Were you asked, and you were asked about questions about what's on the property, tractors, lawnmowers, those kind of things, right?
Right.
And then you were asked, there were multiple gas cans at the property that were kept either outside in the shed or sometimes empty gas cans that would be by the front porch. Is that true? And your answer was?
Yes.
Then you were asked the question, and it wasn't uncommon for an empty gas can to be kept there by the front porch area so it could be put in the vehicle and taken to the gas station. Is that right? And your answer?
Yes.
That was true at the time you gave it under oath?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, it wouldn't be uncommon for your mom or your dad to take gas to the gas station, right? Or you. Things have to get filled up. True?
True.
Usually it falls on the kids when you get driving age, right?
Yeah.
Now, you said it was not, the van was your dad's work van, right?
Correct.
But if the Blazer was gone, did you have your own car?
I don't remember if my car was working at that time or not. I had a green Cavalier though.
Okay. If it wasn't working and somebody was in the Blazer, let's say you took the Blazer because your car wasn't working, there'd only be a van left, right?
Correct.
So somebody would have to drive the van, and whether it's mom or dad.
Correct.
Certainly mom wasn't prevented from driving the family van, right?
No.
Okay. And you testified that the night before you didn't hear your dad downstairs, if he came downstairs to mess around with the furnace, right?
Right.
Because you were sleeping. True?
True.
Right. And you were a student at the time, right?
I would have been in high school, yes.
Okay. So you're gone, you're not at home often. True? You're either at school, maybe you're with a girlfriend, maybe with friends, right?
I went out. Yeah.
Okay. So you wouldn't know if your dad was working on the furnace on any given time if you weren't there.
Correct.
Right? And simply because you didn't hear him doesn't mean he wasn't working on the furnace at some point during the day before, right?
Right.
Or 2 days before.
Correct.
Right? Now, can you give me just 1 minute? When you were in school, I mean, did you have buddies?
Yes.
All right. Would your mom come up to school sometimes?
Yes.
All right. And when your mom came up to school, would your buddies all say hi to her?
I definitely don't understand the relevance of her going to his school is at this point.
He just said he didn't have a good relationship with his mom. I'm exploring that because I think that they did. Thank you. Your friends all like your mom?
I don't think so. But
Would you hug her when she'd come up to school?
yes.
And your friends would.
What's that?
And your friends would too.
I don't recall.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Ms. Ida?
Thank you, Your Honor. You said that you were in bed and you heard the arguing the night before the fire, right?
Yes.
And your room borders or shares a wall with the furnace room, you said?
Yes.
So is it fair to say you weren't really sleeping very sound late into the evening?
No, I would have been awake for a little bit.
And you didn't hear anything in the furnace room the night before?
No.
And it felt like you wanted to explain maybe when Attorney Mueller asked if Linda was calm, upset, or angry, felt like you wanted to explain a little bit more. Was there something more you wanted to say?
She was calm in a sense, but she said we needed to hurry, and she wanted us to be quick. She wanted me to get my brothers around quickly and get them out of the house.
Did she tell you when to come home that day?
I don't recall.
Is there anything that your family would have been using a 1-gallon gas can for in January?
I disagree. I'll allow it.
I can't remember. I don't know.
You said there was no snowblower, right?
No.
And it's January, so you wouldn't be using a lawnmower, right?
All right.
Would you?
I will sustain as the leading.
Would you be using a lawnmower in January?
No.
Any reason you can think for a 1-gallon gas can to be in your front yard?
I can't think of anything.
I'll allow the last question and answer.
And when you talked to the police, Linda was telling you what to say, is that correct?
I'll allow it for redirect, just to keep things moving.
At the time I was living with her, she was telling me what to say when people would ask me questions. Yes.
And were you living with her when you had to testify at a court hearing?
Yes.
And were you living with her when you had to go through interviews with the insurance agent?
Yes.
Today you're a grown man, right?
Yes.
And she's not telling you what to say today?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You said when you gave testimony in a hearing that you were living with your mom?
Yes.
You gave testimony in a hearing in January of 2010. You weren't living with your mom. You were living with Amanda. You remember that?
No.
Remember having been incarcerated for a crime and then you were living?
Can you approach, please, Counsel? I'm directing you to strike and not consider that last question in any way.
In the winter, sir, did you use the tractor to haul bales of hay around for the horses?
Yes.
Okay. Tractors use gas.
Yes.
And when you'd have friends over, you'd have friends over for paintball parties, right, on your property?
Yes.
And your mom would cook breakfast. They'd stay over.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
How big was that tractor?
It was a large tractor. The wheels on it were probably about 4 foot high, I would guess, if I had to.
Did it take more than a gallon of gas to fill it?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing.
Jury, any questions of him? I've got several. Sir, I have some questions from the jury.
Okay.
Did you have fire alarms in the house?
I can't remember.
Okay. So you wouldn't know of which rooms or if any rooms had them?
No, I can't remember.
Okay. Had Linda ever asked you boys to leave the house when arguing with Todd?
No, that was the first time.
If you know, was there a blanket covering Todd when you and your brothers left for Kalamazoo?
I'm not aware of that. No, I'm not sure.
Was the tractor gas or diesel?
I'm not sure on that.
Okay. Counsel, any questions in light of those questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, just go on. You were aware sometimes your mom and dad would have some pretty loud arguments?
Yes.
But this was a situation where mom told you, we are getting divorced and we need to split up the property. That's why I don't want you to get real loud, right?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear that last question of something about tractor and gas.
Whether it was gas or diesel?
Oh, do you know?
I don't know.
No more questions, thank you.
Anything else?
She had talked to you about them getting divorced several times before that day, hadn't she?
Yes.
And this was the first time she'd ever asked you to leave?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
This is the first time she said, we are getting divorced. Before it was general talk, right?
Before it was general talk, yes.
Right. This day was, we are getting divorced and we need to split up the property, and I don't want you.
Asked and answered at this point, Your Honor.
No. Last question. And that's why I want you to leave, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing. Jury, any other questions? No? May he be excused from his subpoena?
I would ask that you please be excused from subpoena, Your Honor.
Agreed? No problem. Okay. Thank you, sir. You're all done and you're excused from your obligations under your subpoena. Okay. Good place to end?
It's a great place to end, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Jury, because we're heading into another long weekend, I'm going to read the same instructions. You'll have them memorized by the end of this trial. You must not discuss this case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide this case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all the jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected to this case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals, even if it has nothing to do with this case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave. Report the incident to court staff as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of this courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you consider must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions continue until I discharge you from jury service. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that during the trial, you must not read, watch, or listen to news reports about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, on the radio, or on the internet. You also must not research any aspect of the case during the trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigation or experiments using the internet, computers, cellular phones, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about this case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you are not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, report it to court staff. On that note, I will thank you for another week of service here and I wish you a good weekend. And I'll see you Tuesday morning, not Monday. Counsel, jury's left. Any matters to address?
Just to update the court on timing, we have two witnesses. The other two Stermer boys will be testifying on Tuesday. The people will be resting at that time, so that way we can anticipate defense to then start having their witnesses available on Tuesday. And then we would request advance notice of when Mr. Drinkle will be here because we will have our Sergeant Lee will be here as well.
He will likely, just from where, he will likely be Tuesday, first witness, maybe a second witness, so it'll be Tuesday.
Go on.
And I expect if the two boys go like this last one, mid-morning, they'll be closing by late morning.
So we still think we'll get it to them by Friday probably, or you'll be doing closings anyway Friday? Okay.
I haven't seen an updated list, so I'm not sure how many witnesses, so if you guys can just let us know, that'd be great, thank you.
And then I sent you I guess we'll worry about it if we have to with that one jury.
Yes. So depending on when we're going to start deliberations.
Yeah, if they don't start
If
until
we
the
start
11th.
the deliberations on Thursday or Friday, they have to discuss that again.
Yeah,
Deliberations start Wednesday.
because I think, well, didn't that,